A gripping new podcast series from BBC Scotland investigates the case of the unknown Bairn, a young boy whose body washed ashore on Tayport Beach, Scotland, in 1971.
Dad saw something just where that seaweed is there. My brother was told to stand here with the dog, and he went and waded out and turned it over. Now, I don't know if he'd dragged it in or anything like that, but I'd be shocked.
Despite an extensive police inquiry, taking in leads from across the UK and the Netherlands, the body was never identified, and the family never found.
You can go missing and never be found, said Ian Robertson. But to be found and never have gone missing is as if you never existed. For the hardest thing about this tragedy is that we do not know the Bairn's name. And you need a name to exist in our world.
I'm David Donaldson, and it was thought the unknown Bairn was connected to my community, Scottish travellers. But to abandon a child in life or death goes against every value of my people. However, not claiming a child goes against the values of any community. So where did he come from? There have been numerous theories on how the young boy may have met his fate.
The wellies that were found near the spot of the boy's discovery, I just thought these may have been left by a child prior to paddling in the water.
Was this a wee boy that maybe took off his wellies, went in to paddle in the water and sadly never came back out?
But that suggests that it would have been near the spot where he was found. Therefore, local people would have known who this child was. There would have been a big alarm at that spot. So I don't think it could have been a kid just paddling and coming into trouble near there. I think it was just washed down the river, one way or another.
But after all this time, the case still remains unsolved.
Even if you were Sherlock Holmes, I don't think you could come up with an answer to this particular one. But if there's no information forthcoming, then I'm afraid there's no conclusion.
But I've discovered a lead, one which no one has ever followed up on.
Well, you've got to look at the policeman that says he does know. He's not closed the case, but he's openly saying he knows.
The community in Tayport buried the wee boy, and the town of Tayport took him into their hearts. The family of the postman who found him still tend to his grave.
If a posy arrives, you think, who's left that, you know? I don't know if there was any services before that, plain clothes watching to see who attended and things, you know.
The police never spotted anyone, but a local man who lives right next to the cemetery told me he has seen someone.
Often see, she's an old woman, but I believe there's some of these people that belong to that baby didn't want to be known.
A controversial 20th century social experiment becomes relevant to the investigation.
Still being taken into care when I was at school, in the 1980s. So I remember one boy who refused to, because he only had an outside toilet with no water, he refused to wash the back of his neck, but in winter, because it was so cold, he was taken into care for that.
And I end up having to confront a shocking reality that for me hits very close to home. Why she never came forward though? Oh, it's all getting very real, isn't it? I didn't expect that.
The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, out on the 28th of September on BBC Sounds. Subscribe now.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
So the pond is over there. We used to have a paddling pool and a boating pond, which was popular, so it's just over there. So that's where Dad would be, and walked across here, and this would be where he would come down here. In here is where you would find the body.
It's not uncommon for bodies to wash up on the shoreline of the River Tay. But the body Ian Robertson found on Tayport's foreshore on the 23rd of May 1971 was different.
It was a miserable Sunday morning when my son and I went away for a walk down to the local pond to see the model yachts. On the completion of the model yacht racing, we crossed over the seawall and walked up towards the harbour. We'd only travelled for 25, 50 yards along the beach when I saw floating in the water what I thought at that time was a big plastic doll.
Dad saw something just where that seaweed is there. My brother was told to stand here with the dog, and he went and waded out and turned it over.
Stepped into the water and turned over the remains of this wee boy, and immediately realising what it was, I went for assistance, and the police took over then.
He'd be shocked, but obviously told my brother to get home, you know. And he went back to the boating pond and got somebody else here to come and witness what he'd found.
And then he would have contacted the police. Would
Well,
have
the
been
police
phones
were-
then.
There was a police house on in the town, but the police station was just up the road a bit. But it would be locals, you know, bobbies that would come down, and it went from there.
The child was aged between 2 and 4. We don't know how old he was exactly, because despite an international appeal through Interpol and years of media attention, no one has ever came forward to claim him.
This child has no name. Nobody else attends, other than some of the local inhabitants. If they're up at the cemetery, always put a flower on. He's now a part of my family.
And then from that day forth, Ian was tied up in the story of the unknown Bairn.
Yeah.
I've collected together all the old newspaper articles that I can find about this wee boy, and they all share the same information: that the little boy was found wearing a pyjama top with a shirt over it. The newspaper reports also mention that near to where the wee boy was discovered, something else was found on the beach that day: a pair of children's Wellington boots. If the boy and the wellies were connected, had he recently stepped into the water and drowned? The articles also state that it was thought the boy had been in the water for between 2 and 6 weeks. Some reports say between 2 and 4 weeks. Now this could rule out the wellies, but no one came forward to claim them either. It's a mysterious case. But his headstone reads, "Erected by the people of Scotland in memory of the unknown Bairn, a wee boy." For half a century, Ian Robertson's family have tended the child's graveside. But his story, even to them, remains a mystery. I want to unpick that mystery and find out who the unknown Bairn was and why he's never been claimed. I'm Davy Donaldson. You're listening to The Cruelty, Child Unclaimed, Episode 1, The Memorial. I didn't really know about this story until recently. I think it's because the authorities long ago had decided this would be a mystery that would never be solved. So over the years, the story has become something that's mainly stayed within the community at Tayport. But I do come from near this part of Scotland, from Perthshire. And as I looked into the old press reports, there were things about the unknown Bairn's case that spoke to me and where I come from, in ways that I didn't expect. So that's what's brought me here today, to walk along the beach at Tayport with Ian Robertson's daughter, Avril.
Things get washed up on the beaches on inclement and windy, different ebbs and, you know, spring tides and high tides and all this. So yeah, there's debris comes up in the high tides. So whether it was that day, I don't know.
So you think that the weather that day might have meant that even though it seems quite
high
difficult
calm. Yeah.
for something to come from outer sea, it might have done on that day? And would these houses have been...
No, the wood yard was right the length of all those houses right to the harbour. So those houses wouldn't be there.
Quite a hidden away corner then if there wasn't people out.
It's quite, yeah.
It's just, it seems very hard to imagine finding a body here. It's so peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah. The Tay, it could be as flat as a cam, and other times not as. Yeah, it's a lovely spot, but I suppose like any water, it's a dangerous place as well.
And did anyone in the woodyard ever come forward to say they'd seen something or something strange?
No, not that I'm aware of, no. And I'm surprised for you to say to me that there's no paper evidence.
No, they said that there was no records that they could find.
Yeah.
Standing in the spot near to where the unknown Bairn was found, it's poignant. It's so peaceful and tranquil. You can't imagine how Ian must have felt walking along the shore and coming across the body of a wee boy. Having found the wee boy, he must have felt really helpless with his own wee laddie with him. Sent his own wee laddie home to go and try and find someone to help. Heading back up to the boating pond, I can only imagine what must have been going through his head. Having found this body, who was it? Did he know the wee boy? Did he know the parents of the wee boy? Questions that no doubt must have went through his head until the very end. And standing here now, it just fills me with more passion that we do find out who this wee laddie is. So that, in the memory of Ian and really thinking about those questions that must have been so important to him and so harrowing to him as well, maybe we can find these answers, even though it's been 50 years. Find out who this wee boy was, find his family. I'm hoping that we can, and maybe put to rest these questions once and for all.
Welcome to Tayport Cemetery and the grave of the unknown Bairn, who was found abandoned in the waters of the Tay by Ian the Postie 50 years ago today. 50 years ago, the people of Tayport were inspired when they drew up the wording for the stone marking the grave of the unknown Bairn. They could have written the unknown boy, but boy only makes a distinction between male and female. Instead, they chose to write the unknown Bairn. This is a Scottish name and roots the child in the Scottish landscape. It also is a term which makes no distinction between male and female. And most especially, it is an endearing term. It is of the heart. No matter how you look at the tale of the unknown Bairn, there is darkness in it. The most amazing thing is that this darkness has been challenged not only for 1 year, nor 10, nor 25, but 50 years. Half a century by the people of Tayport and beyond. Welcome to this opportunity to reflect on what has happened since the tragedy unfolded and to recommit ourselves to care for those unknown Bairns who continue to suffer in our troubled world.
You were always thinking that somebody was going to come forward, you know. They looked everywhere. They had it in all the national and international papers, you know. They even thought it had come in from over the Netherlands way or something, or off a boat, or swept in. It's, you know, it is yes, it's a river, but it's met with the sea, and you know, they didn't know if it had come up the way.
What's really coming across to me is the responsibility that your feather had, but how that responsibility is perhaps being felt by the family now around the Bairn, and you keep describing the Bairn as
Well,
one of your own.
We're hoping that they keep on after we go, but April's staunch, she's one of the ones that comes all the time, brings me up.
So you feel like he's part of not only your family but part of Tayport now?
Oh yeah, well,
Aye,
that's
well,
Tayport.
we're actually quite guilty because we actually think it's our Bairn, to look after.
Yeah.
And look after the grave.
We're watching as the people are gathering in and the flowers are getting laid at the grave of the unknown Bairn. And toys, little cars, and there's even a teddy being placed down as well, showing the tragedy that is the unknown Bairn being taken so young. The emotion is so present, it would be hard not to feel when you're here at this memorial.
You can go missing and never be found, said Ian Robertson. But to be found and never have gone missing is as if you never existed. Ian hit the nail on the head. For the hardest thing about this tragedy is that we do not know the Bairn's name. And you need a name to exist in our world. But the fact that Tayport has this stone to a child whose name is unknown connects all those who see it with every child across the globe who has been abandoned in death.
My husband, it was in his mind all the time, dreaming about it and things like that, so he was upset quite often because, let's face it, something like that comes back to your mind all the time, so...
I can only imagine.
But over the years, my husband came up all the time,
Ian's connection with the boy he found went deep. When Ian himself died, his family requested that he be buried next to a child.
We're pleased that Dad is close by. I wanted him alongside, but no, because this ground here is Pauper's ground, this grassy bit, because it's a big space.
And really coming off of some of the words that were spoken at today's service, and the connections, let's say, that were drawn between the unknown Bairn, the story of the unknown Bairn, and the story of many Bairns.
He obviously wanted to mention
what's going on now,
nowadays,
the tragedies that's still going ahead, yeah.
Do you think that's right, to remember the unknown Bairn as a symbol almost?
Yes, All right.
But it's quite sad that nobody claimed.
Yeah.
Nobody claimed him. Quite upset about that, really, Yeah. But I don't think anybody's going to come forward now.
You don't think so?
No.
Someone must know something about this child, even after 50 years. And maybe now it's the time for them to share it and unburden themselves. Feels almost wrong to say, but I hope the wee boy died from a tragic accident or of natural causes. But because he was never claimed, my mind can't help shifting to other scenarios, things more cruel.
There's many a time I come up and there's other flowers, and as I say,
there used to be loads of stuff there, cars,
cars and toys and things.
All different salt
But you
flowers
sometimes
over the
think
years.
if a posy arrives, you think, who's left that, I don't know if there was any services before that, plain clothes watching to see who attended.
The police never spotted anyone, but a local man who lives right next to the cemetery told me he has seen someone.
The woman that I often see, she's an old woman.
But there's quite often an older woman goes to the grave.
Mm-hmm. I believe there's some of these people that belong to that baby and didn't want to be known. But this old lady was going around the cemetery, and she was at the grave, and she kept it tidy. And she put little ornaments in there, and she says to me, oh, I wouldn't sleep at night if I didn't come and do that once a week or once a fortnight. Could have been his granny or something, that knew about it.
Maybe she's his granny or mother. Or she could just be a local woman who quietly took the unknown Bairn into her heart, like the postman's family. But there is another thing people say about the unknown Bairn, and I think the guy talking about the old woman was hinting at it. It's something I saw mentioned in the newspaper articles that I looked at. This suggestion that the wee boy might have come from a family of travellers. If I'm honest, that's the thing that has got me particularly interested in this story. You see, I was born and brought up in the traveller community. We lived in a house in school time, but travelled over the summer months. Children are at the heart of our community. Well, that's true of all communities, I guess, but to think that the unknown Bairn could be a traveller child just seems impossible to me. Whatever the cost, if he was a traveller's child, the parents would have come forward. The values of our community would have meant they had to. So this is the thing that drives me now. And I'm confused by what I've learned so far. It just doesn't make sense. But I've come away from today's memorial with a lead.
Well, you've got to look at the policeman. It says he does know. He's not closed the case, but he's openly saying he knows.
One of the people here gave me the name of a retired police officer, a man who says he has information about the unknown Bairn. In the past, he's not revealed this information to anyone. But will he speak to me?
Thanks for listening to episode 1 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds,
and BBC
Music
Sounds.
Radio Podcasts.
I'm David Donaldson, and you're listening to The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, Episode 2, The Couple on the Bus. Since recording at the Memorial of the Unknown Bairn in May 2021, I've been working on this story for a few weeks. I've come to a point where I have several interviews lined up with people that were close to the original investigation, including the policeman who people mentioned to me at the memorial. Now, this guy has come out publicly to say he knows who the unknown Bairn is, but that he won't reveal his identity to anyone. That sounds really odd to me, particularly coming from an ex-policeman. Before we go on, I need to warn you that some of the people you're about to hear from use a historical term when talking about travelling people. That term is tinker. It's not a word you will hear travellers use to describe themselves. I certainly don't. Most people would say it's a derogatory word, but its use is still quite widespread in Fife and Perthshire.
The finding of the baby in the water in the River Tay happened near my sister's house in Tayport, and she drew this immediately to my attention. If you're doing a mystery, you're going to need to do this one.
And so you've just met Rick Wilson, and among his 11 books you can find Scotland's Greatest Mysteries. There's a whole section of this book which focuses on the unknown Bairn. When you approached the story all those years ago, what was the local feeling, around the story, around it being a mystery even?
You won't be surprised it was mystification. Everybody was wondering what the hell happened here, and it still persists today. Nobody has got a finger on how this actually happened. This baby's body turning up in the river, it was half-dressed and having no ownership, no parentage.
I've come to Rick to help get my bearings on this case before I get any deeper.
The mood was, and always has been, of complete mystery. Why? Who is this child and where did it come from?
I've read the chapter and it's interesting to me that there are details in there that seem to not pop up anywhere else. And I've got some real niggling questions around, particularly some of the details around the clothing that the wee boy was wearing. Yeah. And you mention in your book, particularly about the clothing being quite low quality. There's a whole section in there around why the boy must have came from a poor family. And I just wonder if you could tell me a bit more about the clothing that the wee boy was wearing and what that meant to you.
The child was wearing a shirt that was made by the Leeds firm John Bairn and Company, which distributed its goods all over the UK, and that line had been discontinued 5 years before. So it does suggest that he came from a less than wealthy family that clothed its children with hand-me-downs or second-hand items. And it also suggests that he was British, or Scottish probably.
A lot of the details of this case that the police recorded have been lost in the 50 years that have passed. So in many ways, the clothing details that you wrote down in your book are the last place that we can find this detail.
Oh, wow.
The wellies that were found, were they found near to the wee boy, on the wee boy?
Near the spot of the boy's discovery, yeah. The wellies were a mark called Ranger, R-A-I-N-G-E-R, and they contained a pair of fawn ankle socks and a clean white handkerchief was lying nearby, actually. And I just thought these may have been left by a child prior to paddling in the water.
As you tell me about the clothing that was found, I can't help but the thought spring to my mind. Was this a wee boy that maybe took off his wellies, went in to paddle in the water and sadly never came back out?
Yeah, but that suggests that it would have been near the spot where he was found. Therefore, local people would have known who this child was. There would have been a big alarm at that spot. So I don't think it could have been a kid just paddling and coming into trouble. I think it was just washed down the river, one way or another.
Parts that really stuck out to me in the chapter was the information offered by the Deputy Superintendent Morgan. And it stuck out to me because he refutes his notion that the child must have came from a boat or from a foreign country, saying that at the time he said that, but actually his own belief was that it was a much more local family. You know, what do you think made him, change his mind later on in life?
I believe he was talking from a policeman's instinct, which was, I think I know where this child came from, but I can't really say. He was suggesting, I think, that it would be travelling people who had surrendered the child from maybe somewhere like Perthshire, further up the river. And he was the nearest I got, I felt, to getting a finger on this. How did it happen?
When former detective Bob Beveridge retired from the Scottish Crime Squad, he became an antiques dealer with a sideline in journalism. His antiques and violin shop is on a square in the historic Fife village of Falkland.
These are old newspaper clippings. This one is the 1990s, story of the unknown Bairn. And then a subsequent one was this one here when it was interviewed by the local press. And
the shop's full of ancient oak chests with shelves, some from Falkland Palace. Every inch of furniture is covered in porcelain and interesting artefacts. Glass boxes with carefully rigged boats inside sit on the shelves. Stuffed stag heads hang on the walls. Past the grandfather clock at the back of his shop is a room with what look like royal dining chairs. Wooden, with high, intricately carved backs and velvet seats. An old violin sits on a big table. It's like stepping into another era.
Today is the day we maybe unfold the mystery of the unknown Bairn, although I doubt very much it will ever come to that conclusion, because 50 years have gone by.
Bob is the retired policeman that I've been waiting to talk to. He's agreed to meet up, but over the phone said he wouldn't tell me anything more than what he's already divulged to the press. Bob's known locally as a bit of a character. He used to run up the hill behind his shop with a cello or double bass on his back. When Johnny Cash visited Falkland in search of his ancestry, Bob befriended him. He's full of stories about it. Bob also used to have a regular newspaper column. He's a sharp and sprightly 80-something-year-old. But it's autumn now, and the wind's turning cold. Bob's shop is high-ceilinged and stone-walled. He has no central heating, so he's wrapped in layers of woolly jumpers, battling to keep warm.
So the circumstances of the kiddie had allegedly fallen from a boat was ruled out. The Wellington boots apparently that were found with a child's name in it, that was investigated and ruled out. I don't think we had no connection with that at all. Every avenue that could have been explored, it just seemed to come up to a dead end. There was nothing else to go on. All investigation, all crime investigation, and anything, it's all based on information. And if the police don't get any information, that's what they rely on. That's the situation even today. That's the unknown Bairn mystery takes a further twist.
Aye. I wonder, Bob, could you explain to us what the further twist was?
Well, the police officially never announced that they had reached a conclusion on the matter. I gave, in my opinion, the circumstances suggested that this was without doubt the child of tinkers.
Strongly believed that it was travellers.
All the circumstances point to that fact. There's no circumstances, not even one set of circumstance points to the fact of being someone else. If he, as a 4-year-old, was the child of someone living in a council house or living in a house somewhere, neighbours would have known that this boy was missing. And with all the massive publicity over the years, it would easily come to light had he been the child of a normal, for the want of a better word, a normal family, because, somebody somewhere would have said that wee boy next door's missing.
Bob told us the reason he concluded it was a traveller child was because it couldn't, in his mind, be a settled child. What makes Bob's testimony more important, but also perhaps puts him in a position to spin any line he likes, is that there is no documentation to contradict him. There are no police files. They've either been lost or thrown away. Even a Freedom of Information request turned up nothing. But then, Bob drops a wee crumb.
We got word that 2 tinkers were travelling on a bus at Thornton, which is quite nearby here, and they were clearly tinkers. You could tell the way they're dressing, the way they speak and everything like that. And the wifey, she was bitterly crying her heart out and moaning about, oh, my Bairn. And she was quickly interrupted by her, who I assume was her partner or her husband, and told to shut up, you'll get us both to jail. And of course they were both under the influence of alcohol. So by the time they were traced and eventually got them to Glenrothes police station, the senior officers interviewed both of them, but by that time they were sobered up and they weren't coming forth with any information whatsoever at all. And the senior officers, senior to me, because I was a junior detective at the time, they tried hard as anything to get her to come up with something, but they got absolutely fell into a wall of silence. And I think when the senior officers were off to got fed up and wait to have a cup of tea, I was left in the room with them, and I was the same. I couldn't get any information whatsoever. But you look at people and you think to yourself, well, there's a strong possibility that this is the answer to the entire mystery of the unknown Bairn.
I've come away from speaking to Bob like perhaps he's not quite told me all that he knows, or all that he's willing to tell me. He says that he'll speak to me again, and when I go back, I wonder if he'll tell me a little bit more, if he'll give me another breadcrumb. Maybe it's so long ago that he needs his memory jogged. Maybe he's enjoying making me work for the information. Bob feels so elusive and intangible that I've tracked down Brian McCartney. He's a journalist who covered the case at the time. And I want to see if he has any sense of what Bob might know.
Well, in May 1971, I'd been in newspapers for just over 2 years, working with the Dundee Courier in their Kirkcaldy office. And all the Courier offices in Fife became involved because it was such a big story. We never, ever had any great information or leads as to where the boy might have come from. The only major information that did spark off a second investigation was when a couple on a bus were overheard discussing their son, and the mother saying, "It was your fault we lost him," and the father saying, "You'll get us to jail." Now, that was in a bus at Thornton, and that is just about 3 or 4 miles from Kirkcaldy. And that was really why we became as deeply involved in the story and trying to track down this couple. The theory was that they were part of a travelling community, but it was difficult to imagine that a youngster could disappear from a group of people and nobody would report it either to the police or friends or newspapers.
This couple, did you or any other journalist ever get close to finding who they were?
No, we didn't. The police flatly refused to say or to give us any information about them other than they were part of a travelling community.
I mean, ultimately somebody knows who the Bairn is, and I was keen to ask whether you ever got the impression from the people you spoke to, including, some of the police officers that have passed away, that anyone who was involved in the case knew exactly or perhaps had more information than they were letting out at the time.
He definitely was the nearest, I felt. He was on the edge of utter honesty, about this. But he wouldn't actually break.
Was it a police instinct, or, did he know perhaps something else, that he's perhaps not saying?
Don't you think it's a mixture of both?
Is that the impression you got from Bob?
He knows a bit more than he's allowed to say. And then there's the instinct as well. That's what I felt about that. But you maybe got more from him.
It's interesting to hear that from him, because I came away from meeting Bob with the exact same, perspective. Was it usual for the police to withhold the names of suspects and be so closed, I suppose, about who they were interviewing?
Well, it was very unusual, and we all had our police contacts, and in those days it was a much closer operation. We were 2 different professions or occupations do the same job, trying to glean information. It was very, very unusual not to be given a lead from a contact or even through official press releases. I mean, in those days, they didn't have police press officers. As a journalist, you were as good as your contacts.
We do know that the couple they interviewed were from the travelling community. Can you remember any steps that you or your colleagues took to try and speak to travellers or to perhaps investigate that lead further?
Yeah, that was the only lead we had. If you knew of a settlement, then the first thing you would do, as soon as you'd heard of it, you'd be in there asking questions. In fact, I remember get to the stage that I would be in one area about to quiz folk and realise that I'd interviewed them maybe 2 weeks ago in a completely different area. So I would say there would be no travelling site left untouched by investigating journalists.
Did you find travellers forthcoming with information?
Traditionally, they are not a group of people who are forthcoming with information. Definitely not. They weren't threatening, but you were made aware that you weren't welcome, intruding into what was their home.
And going into their home and meeting different parts of the travelling community, did you ever get a sense of why, if he had been a traveller, the parents might not have came forward?
Just other than the fact that the boy had died. And they then would have had an explanation as to why he had died, be it neglect or whatever. And that was the feeling, that was their reluctance to tell the authorities what had happened. And if they weren't coming clean with the investigation officers, they weren't going to spill the beans to a hack.
We have spoke to some people who feel neglect did play a part in this wee boy's death. What was the feeling among journalists at the time? Was neglect part of the feeling, or?
Well, the problem in the early days was because he had been recovered from the water, that he could simply have fallen in somewhere and drowned. So I don't think initially there was any kind of suggestion of neglect or any reason to believe that that might have happened. Now, I know it became clear later that one of the investigating officers claimed that he knew the identity of the boy, but I can't really fathom his reasoning for not wanting to share that information with the public at large after such an intense news story. He seemed to take the view that things were better left alone and that there was nothing to be gained by identifying the boy. You know, having done it now for 50 years, unless the officer who investigated the disappearance has a change of heart and thinks that, well, it's time that his theory of who the boy was and who the family were, unless he has that change of heart after this length of what I know, it's highly unlikely that he would do that now.
If Bob went to the press all those years later saying he knows who the unknown Bairn is, why won't he disclose his name? Why would he withhold it? What Bob does or doesn't know is an enigma, not only for me, but for those who've already tried to unlock this mystery. They're all agreed on one thing though. The Bairn, they all believe, is from a travelling community. But maybe it was just an innocent accident, and there's nothing untoward about this wall of silence. Writer Rick Wilson has come up with his own theory of what might have happened.
But there is the possibility that they did a kind of informal funeral, just said a wee prayer and set it off, you know. Despite the fact that they are travellers with their own rules and stuff, why would they not have heard of this alarm that had gone out, and why would they not have come forward and said, sorry, it was us? No, that's the most puzzling thing about this. If it was an honourable way of burying the child, if it's just their honourable way of doing it, they shouldn't have felt ashamed of it. They could have come forward and said, it's the way we do things, sorry, you know?
Water burials are not part of our culture. Most travellers were buried back then in what we call hedge burials. Now, this was done for a number of reasons. One of the reasons was that travellers were very poor people, and many of them wouldn't have been able to afford the cost of a funeral or the cost of a plot in a cemetery. The other reason was that many cemeteries, and there are accounts of this right up to the 1980s, travellers weren't allowed to be buried in their cemetery. But nonetheless, travellers were always buried in a place where their families knew, so that they could visit the grave and pay homage to the people that came before them. So it would make more sense that if the Bairn had died, they would have been buried at the family camp, not given a water burial. When I started out on this, I didn't believe that the unknown Bairn could be a traveller, because of our values towards children. But hearing about the couple on the bus is becoming more plausible. I know that travellers often camp next to rivers, and that was certainly the case when it came to the River Tay. So that's where I'm headed next, to see if the Tay, its tides and its current, is willing to offer me up some clues, to help me piece together where the unknown Bairn first entered the water.
Thanks for listening to episode 2 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds.
and BBC
Music,
Sounds.
radio, podcasts.
I've been working on the story of the unknown Bairn for several months now. I've learnt from a former police officer, Bob Beveridge, about a traveller couple who were brought in for questioning after they were overheard talking about their lost Bairn. And I've spoken to a couple of local journalists who have helped get my head around the facts of the case. Now, any one of those small details, from the clothes the unknown Bairn was wearing to where he was found, could help me find some answers. And I've been thinking about the flow of the River Tay and what it could tell us about the wee boy. That's something I think I should investigate. But first, I've come to the Scotland People Archive in Edinburgh. I want to see what it actually says on the unknown Bairn's death certificate. Does it give the wee boy's age? Does it list a cause of death? These details are all important, and I want to get them from an original source. I'm David Donaldson, and you're listening to The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, Episode 3, Lucky Scalp. I've been looking at the archives, and I think I've found what appears to be the death certificate of the unknown Bairn. 2 to 3 years. It says that the date of death was the 23rd of the 5th, 1971. And it said that the place of death was found on the foreshore of Tayport. But what's even more interesting is the cause of death is written as drowning. This is the first clear evidence I've got to confirm the common assumption that the little boy definitely drowned. Could that rule out the possibilities of foul play or of a water burial? Apparently, the forensic pathologist who carried out the autopsy, a man called Dr. Rushton, concluded the unknown Bairn died of drowning. Now that sounds to me like, from the very beginning, the boy's death was thought to be an accident. But accident or not, I've already said that I was very sceptical about the idea that the unknown Bairn might have come from a traveller family. But as I start thinking about where he might have entered the water, my mind jumps to the movement of gypsy traveller families in Fife at that time of year. I'm actually starting to entertain the possibility that the unknown Bairn could be a traveller child after all. The end of May correlates perfectly with the shifting time or the traditional travelling time for most gypsy traveller families in Scotland. Coming out of the winter, most families would have a winter ground, or they would have perhaps a house that they'd stay in during the winter months. And then going into the start of May, most families would then start to travel on the road again. So what this shows is that this wee boy may well have been staying on a camp on a traditional travelling route within Fife. Did the child drown in the Tay or estuary? Perhaps he was swept away too quickly for his family to stop him or his body. Perhaps the family weren't even there. I keep coming back to the same problem, the same questions again and again. Why would the family not just come forward? What could have happened to silence an entire community? I still can't square that. And what about the rumours he may have fallen off a boat or travelled across the North Sea from as far away as Scandinavia? That would have made it unlikely he was a traveller in the first place. If we can understand the movement of the water, the tides and the currents, maybe we can answer some of these questions. Only the water knows what really happened. Avril believes it was the river that carried the unknown Bairn to where her dad, Ian, found him.
It could have come down the Tay, the river, or it could have came from over Dundee, but you just don't know. I think it's probably come down the Tay. The
coxswain from Broughty Ferry RNLI has spent a lifetime searching for boats, people and bodies in the River Tay and North Sea. When I told him the story of the unknown Bairn, he immediately mentioned the Lucky Scalp. It's a tiny island in the Tay estuary. In the 1970s, in spring and summer, children used to walk out there. Avril was one of those children.
Well, in the middle of the channel, the estuary, not far from where the Bairn was found, used to be what we would say was an old lighthouse, a stone structure, and you would be able to walk out to it when the tide was out. And lots of people did, but as children, you did it.
And did you have to wait on the tides to walk out, or how did that work?
Yeah, it was tidal, yeah.
So could you be trapped across there?
Yes, you could be trapped there, Mm-hmm.
If someone had been walking out to Lucky Scalp, which would have been over there, not really too far in the distance.
No.
Then an unfortunate accident happened. Maybe they could have came here. The body might have washed up here.
Yeah.
The RNLI Coxswain and Broughty Ferry confirmed that the currents out at the Lucky Scalp could indeed take a body in the direction of the beach at Tayport.
That was just open ground, and this used to be the old refuse dump, the Cowp, as
where this car park is now.
Yeah. There used to be 2 Cowps, as I say, and people would just get rid of their old big rubbish here, But that's...
And when this was a midden, do you ever remember there being travellers round here?
Well, there's always, in those days, would be travellers. But yeah, there would be travellers around.
We're just heading out of Tayport Harbour and going up the Tay estuary. We're hoping to try and find out a bit more about the tides, a bit more about really the estuary itself and where the unknown Bairn might have came from. Did the unknown Bairn come from out of sea, or did he come from upriver?
My name is Bob Richmond. I'm the chairman of the charity Taymara. Have had about 20 years experience sailing on the oceans and on the estuary in particular.
So you know quite a lot about the estuary here in terms of the tides and the currents now?
Yes. The River Tay is the longest river in Scotland. It's also the largest river by volume of water in the United Kingdom. It has a greater volume of water than the Thames and the Severn combined. And the source of the Tay is 30 miles from Oban. It sources on Ben Louis, up the slopes of Ben Louis, about 1,800 feet up. And it comes all the way through Perthshire and terminates here on the Tay estuary.
We're currently out in Invergowrie Bay, right out onto the middle of the Tay estuary here. It's calm and it's quiet, but we're surrounded by mist. You really get a sense of how big the Tay estuary is and really how powerful the burn is as well. It's almost like a mirror, it's so calm. Is this common?
This is very unusual, and there's no wind today for a start, and of course we're at what's called slack water now. High water is just passed and the river is just beginning to flow out to the sea. So that will increase in momentum over the next couple of hours.
And so usually would the water be more turbulent, a bit rougher then?
Oh yes, and fast moving.
There's this theory, Bob, that maybe the unknown Bairn may be washed in from outer sea, perhaps even from as far afield as Scandinavia. In your opinion, how likely is that theory to be?
Well, my feeling is that would be very unlikely, because the tidal stream is coming down the east coast of Scotland. So when the Tay is flowing out, a huge volume of water flowing out, when it gets to the sea, anything in there would tend to be swept down the coast. There's such a big volume of water coming out of the estuary that it's very unlikely that anything would flow into it.
We've heard from a few people that it was quite common at that time for young children and their siblings to walk out to Scalp Island, as an activity, as something to do. Mm-hmm. In your opinion, how dangerous is that, and what might happen if someone were to be swept away from Scalp Island?
If they got to the island and they spent some time there, in the meantime the tide has come in and they can't get off, or they might have attempted to get back, but they'd just be swept away.
And if someone were to be swept away from either coming back from Scalp Island or from the island itself attempting to get back, where would you expect that body to end up with the currents and the tide?
Well, it would end up going out to sea if the tide was going out, or it would be taken upriver if the tide was coming in.
I suppose what I'm trying to do is get an understanding as to, could it have been a young child, perhaps with their sibling, walking out to Scalp Island that got caught out by the tide? If a child were caught out by the tide, for them to end up near the common, which would be further north?
I don't think a 3-year-old child could walk out to the island on its own. It would have to be carried by an adult or an older child.
And is that due to the length or just the harshness of the terrain?
Mud.
Yeah, that's
if
interesting.
you look at it at low water, you'll see exactly what I mean.
Bob's discounted a toddler walking out to the Lucky Scalp alone. So if he drowned at the Lucky Scalp, then someone must have known and stayed quiet. Has he come from elsewhere? Maybe he never went out to the Lucky Scalp at all.
It's exactly high water where we are at the moment. That means the water has stopped, it's not moving, and as you see, we're not moving either. But from now on, the next 6 hours, the water's all going to, 6 metres of water is going to flow out towards the sea. In fact, you can just see it happening there. If you look at that line in the water there,
Yep.
they're reeds that have been floated off probably Mugdrum Island up at Newborough, and they're beginning to go in a straight line. That's the current beginning to pull them down out towards the estuary.
Would you expect to see the same with, heavier objects than reeds, for example? Would they be pulled right down the current in the centre there?
So anything floating in the water would just go with the flow, if you like.
Well, my generation of forensic pathologists straddles what you might call the Victorian image of forensic pathology with the modern CSI image. So don't think CSI, think Sherlock Holmes in terms of scene of death. Imagine there's the forensic pathologist in his suit with 2 detectives also wearing a suit and a couple of uniformed constables standing at the body. None of the white garb and masks that you see today.
Forensic pathologist Derek Pounder took over from Dr. Rushton, the forensic pathologist in Dundee who worked on the post-mortem of the unknown Bairn and signed his death certificate.
I can't recall a case where we didn't know, more or less, how long they'd been in the water. But the changes which occur are dependent upon the temperature and where in the water they fall. For example, the Tay is tidal all the way up to Perth. It's essentially the North Sea coming and going. And that makes it cold, but it also means there's a lot of nutrients there. It's a salmon river, so it's got lots of fish in it, lots of creatures which nibble at bodies and damage bodies. So if the body's in the water a few weeks, it's not only going to decompose naturally, but it's also going to be damaged by creatures and also the body striking objects in the water, buoys, boats, rocks, and then when it's washed ashore, the body will float face down. Now, I know in films bodies are always floating face up. That's because actors can't breathe if they're face down. But in reality, bodies float face down, so the nose gets damaged, the face gets damaged, the backs of the hands, the knees, tops of the feet get damaged.
We know that when the unknown Bairn was found, tragically his face was unrecognisable. There weren't any features. He'd clearly been rubbing against perhaps rocks, something like that. Are there any rocky outcrops in this stretch of water that you know of that he might have got trapped on?
Especially on the Fife side, it can be quite rocky along the shoreline. So yes, I would expect injuries like that to have occurred.
So it's more likely to have been on the Fife side as opposed to the Dundee side?
That's my feeling. It's quite rocky just along here by Wormit, Newport, Tayport. That stretch there's lots of gravel beaches and rocky outcrops.
And that's just before you get to the part of the estuary where he was found?
That's right, that's correct, yes. He could have been in the water for 4 to 6 weeks, going up and down with the tide, being pushed onto the rocks from time to time, or be stuck on a sandbank for a few hours.
So how far up the Tay is it tidal?
It's tidal to Perth, so it's purely a river flowing down as far as Perth, and then tidal waters come in, from the estuary right up to Perth.
So if something had fallen into the burn higher up than Perth, it would almost certainly be pushed out towards the estuary and then be taken by the tide?
Yes, if something had fallen in, say, on the River Bairn, it could come and eventually reach the sea.
We're just passing the cemetery just now where the unknown Bairn is buried, up to the left in a green kind of pasture. It's all very empty, and you can really imagine where people could have stayed along the shore there and along the banks. I've also spoken to a landowner up here. He could remember travellers staying towards the end of the farm, which was closer to the estuary. So we certainly know that people would have stayed along the banks here, particularly up towards the top of the estuary. And along the shoreline there, we can see lots of trees and little bits of forestry. We know that many travellers in the area would have camped in pieces of forest, particularly secluded bits of forest where they would have been left alone, essentially. Spoken to some traveller elders, and they've told me that camps, particularly between Newport and Tayport, were very frequent in that tree line, and that the camps would have been there for a couple of days to a couple of weeks at most. It certainly was a popular route with travelling families throughout Perthshire and Fife to travel through here, particularly in the summer months in the spring, but less so in the winter months, which of course matches up with when we saw the discovery of the unknown Bairn. Picking whelks would have certainly been something that traveller children would have been involved in, playing their small role in collecting whelks for the family to then sell on. Even my own personal experience, I can remember going out onto the shoreline as a really young child, and it's not uncommon for even babies to be carried out onto the shoreline when people are picking whelks as well, and families are picking these whelks. And you'd have to pick a bucket, or it was only a little bit, but it was you contributing to the family, which was really important.
See, that's the tide now we're beginning to drift now down towards the estuary.
Travellers pearlfished right up until 1998, and the Tay is a well-known burn for pearls, and the pearls that come from the Tay are some of the best pearls that have ever been found. We also might have seen travellers, particularly in this area with its close proximity to the reed beds, using those beds, to take reeds to make baskets, of course the willow as well. So there would have been lots of reasons for travellers to both use the estuary and the Tay recreationally and commercially, and to be out in the water. Looking at that tree line, you can really imagine that it would have been easy for a little kid to have wandered off from camp and fallen into the estuary or went into the estuary quite quickly, quite suddenly. There's very little room between where travellers would have camped and the beginning of the estuary itself.
Tree line could come right down to a steep bank, for example. I'm thinking more further upstream, Bridge of Bairn way, where the Bairn enters the Tay as a tributary.
And we know that travellers did camp in the Bridge of Bairn. It was quite a popular place.
Yes, that is the case.
The child could have fallen in from quite a steep bank.
That's right. Could have just stumbled in and be swept away before a parent could do anything about it.
Yeah. How easy would it be for perhaps a mother or, an older sibling to take a little child out from a current? How strong would that current be?
They would have to be very quick, especially if the tide was flowing out quickly. But it is quite possible that a child could go in 2 or 3 metres and then suddenly be out of its depth and be washed away.
The death certificate states drowning as the cause of death. And we've established that the Bridge of Bairn up Perthshire Way or the banks of the Tay on the Fife side are potential places where a child could fall in. They're also places we know the travelling community stayed in springtime. I feel I'm getting somewhere, and then forensic pathologist Derek Pounder, he throws in a new, potentially troubling possibility into the mix.
There are no clear indicators of death by drowning. It's really a diagnosis of exclusion, which means you have to exclude injury as a cause of death, you have to exclude natural causes of death, and you have to exclude drugs and poisons as a cause of death. And then we make the presumption that because the body was in water and we find no other cause, that the cause was drowning. But it's really a presumption. It's very difficult, particularly if it's been in water for a number of weeks, as in this case, to distinguish an injury which occurred in life from injuries which occurred after death. The reason is quite simply there's a lot of injuries that will occur in a body in the water after death, and those injuries will bleed a little bit. On the other hand, injuries that occurred in life, if they're open wounds, the blood will get washed out by the water, and they only show a small amount of bleeding. So bleeding, which we use to distinguish injuries which occurred in life as contrasted with in death, is not so obvious in a body from water. So it's more or less pattern of injury that you have to look at. We know that the bodies float face down, and therefore you tend not to get injuries to the back of the body. So for example, a lot of bruising to the back of the body might suggest injuries in life, but it's a difficult area.
This means we can't be certain that the child died of drowning. It's a presumption, not an affirmation. Unfortunately, all the police records have been lost or destroyed, and his post-mortem files held with the Procurator Fiscal are considered confidential information. Even a Freedom of Information request brought back nothing. However, having ruled out all of the evidence, including the Wellington boots, the police must have concluded very quickly that it was an accidental death, and we can assume this because of when the unknown Bairn was buried.
That young boy was buried within 4 days of his body being found. Can you imagine that happening today? That someone who they don't even know who it is buried?
And I've always found that really shocking that he was buried so quickly after, particularly because I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
I mean, how did you feel about that?
I mean, it is astonishing. I mean, as I sit here thinking about it, I'm astonishing myself with the information that he was buried with. At the time, you felt, well, everything's been done. They've got his post-mortem, they've got his clothing.
Except months after the little boy was put to rest, something else happens.
The strange thing was that after about 3 months, we were given the information that in fact that he hadn't drowned, but he had died from natural causes and was later found his way, the body, into water, either accidentally or intentionally.
Do you remember where that information came from, or who might have told you that information?
I'm sure that would have been a police source. That completely changed the dynamics of the story, the fact that he'd been placed in the water after his death.
I've just spoken with Bob Beveridge, and he's backed up Brian's memory that it wasn't conclusive at the time that the unknown Bairn had actually drowned, despite the death certificate stating that he had.
The pathologist came up with a view that the child had been in the water probably for 2 or 3 weeks. And there was a wee bit of conflict as to the actual cause of death. He had some injuries, I believe, but were not consistent with an assault. They were consistent with him being in the water and coming up against the sand and rocks and everything like that. The injuries were post-mortem.
And was it ever conclusive how the Bairn had died?
No. The one suggestion was that he died of drowning. He might have been deemed to be dead and maybe just kept him at the side of the water. It could have been like that, but if that was the case, then it would be a murder case, you see, but it was never investigated as a murder.
So what I thought I knew when I looked at the unknown Bairn's death certificate, that a cause of death as drowning meant that it was an accident, it doesn't really mean that at all. If the cause of death was actually something more sinister, then that would certainly provide a motive for wanting him to remain unidentified. What I need now is something more, something to help me understand how a child could die and then have a wall of silence built around him. I think I need to step back a bit, away from the detail. I think now it's time I take a look at what might have been happening in the Trevler community. Thanks for listening to episode 3 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds,
and BBC
Music
Sounds.
Radio Podcasts.
A heads up, this podcast refers to child sexual abuse and contains interviews which you may find disturbing.
You have very rural communities, very interdependent communities in this part of Scotland, especially back then. You wouldn't have wanted to rock the boat. You wouldn't have wanted to, perhaps put information that would put one of your neighbours out or into the spotlight with the police. And so you can see how very little information has come out. And perhaps there is something that we can now uncover now that there's been so much time passed. I'm travelling to Fife to meet ex-policeman Bob Beveridge, and I'm thinking about what I want to tell him. I've established Trevler families did camp along the River Tay in the early 1970s, and that the body of the unknown Bairn is likely to have made its way downriver and into Tayport, rather than coming in from the sea. I also want to tell Bob what I found out from talking to the pathologist. That although the death certificate states the unknown Bairn drowned, that finding doesn't actually rule out foul play.
Oh, there you are. You see, that's the man that found the body there. That's quite an accurate report.
But of course, when I see Bob, I'm instantly reminded that what's more important than what I want to tell him is what he wants to tell me.
That's at the graveside of the unknown Bairn. How strange.
I'm David Donaldson, and this is The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, Part 4, The Cruelty. Bob's taken old newspaper articles from a big wooden drawer. They're about the Trevler couple on the bus who were taken in for questioning. The couple who were overheard around the time the body was found, crying about their lost Bairn. Because I'm reading it here in this article that you've given me from 1996 in the Fife Herald, where obviously you were interviewed as well.
Yes.
But it says here, following an interview with the Tinkers, Chief Detective Superintendent William White said, "We are reasonably satisfied that they are not connected with the body on the beach at Tayport. The woman's reference to her lost boy apparently related to the fact that her 2-year-old son had been taken into care."
Well, that was never ever confirmed. So there were constant press wanting explanation from the police. And the police, rather than say, we've got a successful conclusion, they could easily confirm if she had lost a son. And it wasn't done. It was never confirmed any other than that.
So the police didn't look into the...
They didn't, no.
Right.
Because that could easily have been verified.
Through social work, they would have maybe connected.
Well, it would have been something at the local registrars, if the lady said it was in Fife or it was in Perth, it would have been, there's only really one office dealt with the registrar of births, marriages and deaths, and it would have been easy to follow that up with a little child, because they would have given a name and it would have been easy to put 2 and 2 together. When they were first taken into police custody, they had time to talk together. They weren't immediately separated, one in one room, one in the other. And maybe the man could have easily said to the wife, if they ask you about a Bairn, tell them you lost a Bairn years earlier.
Bob's time spent in Scotland's CID brought him close to some of Scotland's biggest crimes and unsolved cases. including the unknown Bairn. Because of this, he's been interviewed many times by local press and TV. He's even written a book with a chapter about the case of the unknown Bairn. He's become quite famous locally and clearly enjoys the media attention. I can't help but wonder if he worries that some of that attention would dry up if the mystery of the unknown Bairn was ever solved. And there's something else. I detect from Bob that there could be a deep personal connectedness with the story. One that goes much further than solely being part of the police force working on the case. Something that's very personal, and I don't think I've quite uncovered that yet. But he's just dropped me another breadcrumb, and this one's significant. The thing that's always bothered me about the theory that the unknown Bairn was a traveller was that the family, the community even, have never claimed him. It just doesn't align with my community's values. They wouldn't open up to the police or the journalists. Bob described it as a wall of silence. Now, was that about people not wanting to put other members of the community into the spotlight with the authorities? Or was it something else? Something bigger? Bob said the traveller couple on the bus were ruled out by police inquiries because they said that they were grieving for a child taken into care. Bob didn't seem to believe the couple about this. He believed this couple were the parents of the unknown Bairn. Is Bob right? Or could that detail, that reference to the care system, open up a whole new perspective on the story? Turns out, it could. Something else was going on between the traveller community and the settled community. Something very cruel. Something that had been going on for decades. And it was all to do with their children.
1958, I was taken away. 1 year old.
This traveller was taken into care whilst his family lived in Fife.
But you see, different councils had different reputations. And if travellers had bairns, they would try to be in an area that was necessarily zealous about taking the kids away. Fife was the worst. And all travellers knew that. And my granny warned her, don't go to Fife. But his people were in Fife, that's where he wanted to be. That's how they were in Fife. And all they had to do is to see them walking through some wee village and see the bairns, and that was enough. The welfare said, they've got bairns, I'll get them. And I came across this woman that knew my mum, so I went to visit her. She stays up in Cooper Angus. And she talked about my mum and how she knew her, and I was asking her what my mum did and how did she feel and all that. She said she was broken-hearted about the whole thing. And then she said, but we all were. And I said, you all were? She said, yeah, it was the same. She lost her 4 kids. I've met a lot of women, traveller women, that lost their kids and I've never seen them since. I mean, they've done a bit of drinking. They've done a bit of fighting. They're wild people. But no different from what you get in the schemes in Glasgow or Edinburgh, Nah, should have left you with them. Because my mother really cared for her kids.
This traveller's case was 20 years before our Bairn. But this is a process that happened for decades and decades. The victims, they're known as the lost generation. It was certainly still happening when the unknown Bairn washed up in Tayport. I know this because my dad's the same generation as the unknown Bairn. And at around the age of 2, the same age as the unknown Bairn, he was taken by the police from his dad and put into care. In the 1950s, Martha was also taken into care.
My older sister was born first, and then I followed 10 months later. We stayed in our parents' tent. They must have decided to move up to Clola, I think it's Clola, in Lumsden, because there's a big estate there. And my parents and my dad's brothers and my grandparents and that would have all had a job on the estate doing something. 6 months later, it was the locals that had seen my parents and brother, my dad's brothers and that, coming and going to the pub because they're so visible. and reported him to police, and the next thing I knew, the police and the children's officers and everything were waiting for my mum and dad, plus his brothers and their wives, and they had kids too. They came back to the camp, and of course my dad had been drinking, my mum had been drinking, and when I'd met my dad's youngest sister, she told me that my mum, when she realised that the police were heading to grab my sister now, she took her shoe off and hit him over the head with it. So that was enough for them to charge her and take her to Huntly, along with my dad, who was charged for attacking the police because they had come in and just grabbed his kids. I don't know what happened to his brothers and that. They maybe were up in Huntly as well, and we were taken and we were sent off in the opposite direction. They possibly would have got a fine, which they would never pay anyway, because they wouldn't have the money for it. They would have all come back to the encampment. My granddad and my grandmother was in the camp, keeping things sorted out, and they come back to an empty encampment, children's stuff lying around, prams, clothes, toys if they had any, my grandparents sitting there by themselves. They never had any grandchildren to spoil. And it would have been so quiet. It must have been awful.
And when you were taken away, your mum obviously lost her children, but grannies and granddads lost their grandchildren, aunties and uncles lost their nephews and their nieces. It was like death in the family. The kids were taken away. Everybody suffered. And then they were still there and had to see all the hurt and pain that she was going through and try and comfort her, but they couldn't. My mum just shut herself down.
While in the children's home, the longing for his birth mother didn't leave. His mum used to scour Perthshire and Fife for her children, and one day she spotted her daughter in a school playground. And her daughter, this traveller's sister, she spotted her mum too.
I saw her mum. She was at school. Bum, bum, bum. She'll be coming to get us. We'll not be here long. Just wait. She's coming for us. And she was really excited. She was really high about it. Then she got beat up for that. She got the blame, you know. They got in a lot of trouble for that. And that's what they did. We never saw much of them. If you read the files, you know, the social work files, one part on my file says that he's been heavy-handed. So they knew what they were like. And she always stuck her nose in when I was getting in trouble. So she knew that if she butted in, he'd start on her. And that was me left. She took all the time. Yeah, I was quiet. Well, I was the youngest there. And I never spent a lot of time with other kids because they were at school. So I was left all day just on one day. It was a big estate we were in. Greenbank's home. They never moved us. Social work moved us. The cruelty, and they were anonymous. Nobody ever knew who it was. I've been told this, so this is only what I've been told by a woman that stays in St Maurice, an old lady. She lived on the estate. And she said that one time they stopped the welfare leaving, going over a cattle grid, blocked the car, and says you either take them out in that car or you'll be taking them in a pine box. It was just a big institution, stone floors, bare walls, lots of kids. But the first thing I noticed about the home was how quiet it was until we arrived. We spoke loud naturally because we were in the countryside, so we would shout through woods to each other, and, you know, we had open spaces and we were used to shouting. And just a horrible place. Big high ceilings, single bulbs, some big flexes, big brown flexes, hospital beds and the wheels. Regimental. She had too many people in the home, and the only way she could run it was regimental. With a slap with the backhand, and she was in the corridor and she went against this wall. And she was knocked out, and all they did was took her down to her bed and left her there, and she was unconscious. There was no doctor brought in there. And I went crazy over that, but I done right about that. We seemed to be away, then back, then nothing ever lasted. And if she decided that this wasn't good, she could be quite disruptive. So you were pretty subdued, and then you had medication that started you on that right away. Sometimes they got it all wrong. At first, I mean, you were just totally out of it.
Despite having little or no knowledge about how to get their children back, Trevor parents never gave up trying to find them. And it made me think, if the unknown Bairn was a child who'd got lost in the care system before he died, wouldn't there be a family out there still looking for him? And wouldn't we know about them?
I think they'd been told that they had to get a house if they wanted their children back. So they went down to Dundee And I got rooms, I think it was. And about 2 months later, I mean, my parents couldn't cope with a house or rooms or anything else. It's like me saying to you, look, right out, you're going to have to stay in a camp from now on if you want to keep your children. But anyway, they stayed in the rooms and eventually left. When the child officer from Aberdeen went down to check on them, he did get to look around the property and he said, well, it wasn't suitable anyway, but my parents had left, I think. And it just wouldn't have coped in a house or rooms. With the electricity and bills coming in, we wouldn't have known how to, you know. And they had nothing. They wouldn't have had furniture or... And they were never going to get us back anyway. That's the whole point. That's what angers me. They put my parents through that, just waiting for them to fail. I've met my cousins on my father's side, and they were all taken. So that's why I'm assuming that had there been any other kids there, yes, they would have been taken too. And they can't all be hopeless parents, so it's got nothing to do with that.
The first traveller we heard from spent the first 16 years of his life being taken from one home to another. Martha, on the other hand, was placed in a foster home where she stayed until her teenage years. She came to love her foster parents. They're her mum and dad. My dad doesn't talk much about his experience of being taken into care, but making this podcast has given us a reason to speak about it. And it's becoming clear to me that there could be parallels between his story and that of the unknown Bairn. My dad was living in a tent when the social services removed him. My granddad knew he couldn't stop the policeman that was walking away with his son. Travellers were at the mercy of authority, often powerless in any attempt to stand up to injustice. But after over a year in care, my dad made it back home. His relatives fought and fought to get him back, having moved into a house and made huge cultural sacrifices. But having family fight for you wasn't always enough, and the traveller we heard from earlier was not so lucky. He suffered significant abuse in the homes he stayed in, and he wasn't the only one. The Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry has discovered hundreds of cases in children's homes. It's impossible to get the exact figures of how many traveller children were taken into care, because so many of the records have been lost or destroyed since the 70s. But it is estimated that nearly an entire generation of traveller children were taken, and many suffered abuse. They were considered an easy target.
One of the things you did as a kid, when you had the life we had, you weighed people up sharpish, very quick. That he was a paedophile. There wasn't a shock at all. I was really angry with that. What made me more angry is they knew he was doing it. They've talked to me, one of the social workers, and she says he was good at handling the boys. He handled them rather well. He was a baddie. I mean, there was a period where I was having serious nightmares. And I came across him once. I turned up at his door, and there were these kids in the house playing with a train set. Local kids. He was finished with the homes. And I knew exactly what was going on. You do, you know what I mean? Fife Council were responsible for that. They let him continue. It was Fife County Council, I think it was at that time. They were responsible. They let that man carry on for years and years and years.
The first thing we got told was that our parents were too young. So we just accepted it, you know, that's the usual excuse, I think. Then, as I got a bit older, I started getting more inquisitive, and I'd say to my mum, why do you think my mum's never come and looked for us, or my dad? Oh, I think your mum, and I distinctly remember my mum saying this, your mum used to go round the hospitals having babies and leaving them behind. Now, she would have got told that by the social work department. And so the next time I would be quizzing it, what about my dad? And I mean, my mum and dad was kept as much in the dark about it as I was. So that's when I started to ask, when my social worker came to the house from time to time, I started asking her. And she was very... She didn't say much, just that we can't find your mum and dad because they travel about too much. But they managed to find them to get their signatures for our vaccinations. And then I said to my mum and dad, why aren't we adopted? Why are we just fostered? And the social worker said, well, we wouldn't know where to find your parents, that's why, because we would need your signature, your parents' signature for that. And the fact of the matter is, if they had gone and looked for my parents and says, look, we want your two daughters adopted to this couple here, my parents would never have given them permission. That's the real reason.
I spoke to the social worker that dealt with me right through, up until about 6 months ago now. I said to this woman, I must have been about 40 at the time. So I said to her, did you ever actually see my mum? She says, oh yeah, I saw your mum. She says, I would see her in the county buildings, in Cooper. She would sit all day. She says, and I'd go about my business, and I'd go away somewhere, and you'd come back a couple of hours later, and she'd still be sitting there. I says, so she was always up trying to find out about us, and she says, yeah. And she wouldn't leave. She just sat all day. And I says to her, did you ever speak to her? And she says, no, I never actually spoke to her. She says, but I did see her. And then I says to her, who was she there to see? She goes, me. They decided that you weren't even having contact with her. You know what I mean? I mean, if she was that bad a person, they could have put her in a room and I could have went in a room. There could have been social workers in and they could have said, look, this is your mum. What do you think of that? You make your own mind up. But you never even got the opportunity.
The more I was getting told different stories and the more they refused to let me have anything to do with my family, I thought, it must be some big mystery here. I'd even actually thought maybe my mum had murdered my dad or vice versa, And that was worse, so I really, really did want to know. Or maybe my natural parents were still alive and they didn't want... I would never have left my foster parents, I just wanted to see my mum and dad. I would have given them a hug, told them it wasn't their fault.
That's a letter to the welfare. That was in 1959, look. Just a few lines to say that I am very sorry for pestering you so much about the children, as I expect you will be busy. These are the begging letters to the welfare, you know what I mean? There was loads of them, there's tons of these. Look, that's at page 3 of 7. That's letter 93. That's how much that woman wrote. Look, my heart is in my children, and I would do anything to have them back with me. I can feel myself going down and down every day. See, this is what she says with worrying about them. See, that is a shame, isn't it? That's her talking to social workers. They never responded once to that woman. The letters are like that. The ones to the welfare and the ones to me are probably about that. Some of them she's going on about, it's your birthday, you're 5, this sort of stuff. And I'm still trying to get you back and I'm putting the house in order and all this sort of stuff. And she talks about a lot of things like that. But some of the other letters are a lot more adult. And she explains a lot to me about my dad and just about other things. And, some of the letters are as kid, and other ones you know for a fact that she's talking to you as a man. But my mum, I don't know if she was religious or not, but she did get herself baptised. But this was all part of getting the house and a new life, and she was doing all the things to get her Bairn back, but she never got them.
On my files, mother and father had phoned for over a year to try and get us back, and I remember asking as I got older myself if my parents had, just didn't walk away. I had a feeling now that they would have been asking after it. And my mum had said, no, when you were taken away, they never saw your family again. And I don't know if my social worker had told my mum to say that or not. It's not good to do that, because when I got my files, I found out they had been looking for me. But I never really believed that they wouldn't. They were fighting the state. They were semi-illiterate, functionally illiterate, I should say. Didn't have a chance, and they knew it. My mum phoned and the social work department, and as you can see by the attitude in the letter, had Mr. and Mrs. on the phone again, as if they were bothering them, Oh, sorry, they've taken their kids away. Yes, they will bother you.
Martha was a student nurse when her foster mum passed away. By this point, Martha had spent years raking through the archives in Register's house. She'd found the names of her mother's parents and grandparents, but not much else. And then she comes across a book on the shelves of her local library about a traveller. She picks it up and looks at it, and then she puts it down. But she wonders, could it be my family?
I took the book out again and I think read through it and put it back and went round the library. See, I wouldn't leave the library without a book. And looked at all the books. There's not one book that I really fancy. Went back to that one again. I thought, what is this job all about? And it was only when I looked in the opened it and it was in the cover, that I seen this select family tree and I recognised the names. And do you know this? You know how people talk to you about having ice cubes down, I can feel it now, ice cubes going down the back of your spine. I went frozen. I knew this was my mother's people.
This book that Martha found, I was intrigued enough to ask her about it so that I could get hold of my own copy. If nothing else, I wanted to take a look at the family tree she had mentioned. It could prove useful. Our Fife traveller also found a way back to his people. He'd run away from the children's home he was in and was walking through the woods, only to find his aunt and uncle's camp. It was there that he discovered his mother had died a few years earlier.
They knew me the minute they saw me. I could see her looking at me. She recognised me right away. She knew who I was. And it was him that asked me, "What's your mum's name?" And I says, "Well, look, when you see her, you could tell her I'm here now." She just sort of went, stepped back to me, and she said, "She kind of looked for you." And I says, "How?" And then she told me. She almost whispered. And I says, "All right." I would have probably been about 10 or 11. I eventually found a sister. Then I found another sister. Then I found a brother. Just a long process. There's some of them I saw and I've never seen since.
My granddad's a very private man. He's quite old-fashioned. He's in his late 70s and a very private traveller man. He is quite funny, but he's also quite introverted at times. And I've got a good relationship with my granddad. He's always there with some advice and he's lived quite a full life. But travellers in general are very closed, even with their own families, unless it's under the right circumstances. You'll find that travellers will often talk about stories belonging to places or stories belonging to things, and unless that thing or that place is present when they're speaking, they're not going to talk about that story, or they're not going to talk about that, lived experience, because almost by disconnecting it from the place it belongs, it kind of loses its value. It's a different way of looking at stories and a different way of looking at knowledge, but it's something that's very ingrained in the traveller psyche. And so I think that also plays a role in that, you could ask for lived experience of a camp or lived experience of something happening. If you're not in that place, it's very unlikely you're going to get a full answer. So we're heading to Blairgowrie now to speak to my granddad. I'm hoping he'll give us a bit more information about what the relationship was like between authorities and travellers, and also maybe shine some light on how the social work was perceived by travellers back in the 1970s and what sort of treatment he experienced. He would have definitely walked on this road heading towards Pitlochry, and he might describe that to us probably, walking along this road following the cart, as his family would have travelled up to Loch Rannoch, quite an isolated village just north of Pitlochry, to hawk and to sell horses and to sell door to door. So I've came round this way because that house there, it's been refurbished now, but that house was the house where my
Granny Nanny and Uncle Andy lived. So when my dad came back up from Scarborough, when he came here and came back to Scotland, he says he can always remember being driven up from Scarborough and being driven to here. The big black car pulled up, parked here, and he was too afraid to get out because my granny had lined up all of her bairns, who my dad would then grow up knowing as brothers and sisters, along that wall, and they were all welcoming him home, but of course he didn't recognise any of them. And so my granny, realising this, sent them all inside and came to the car door and said, "Come on with me." And she took him in, she put on some cartoons and made him a bowl of soup. And so that's where my dad came home. Because I can remember you telling me that, I don't know where it was, like what camp or where, but that folk, sometimes country folk would threaten travellers if they didn't move, that they were going to put them in the poorhouse.
We're going to get the cruelty tea. The cruelty, the cod, that's the name for us. Supposed to be children's welfare or something like that, can? The cruelty. We're going to get the cruelty tea. They would just use that as a threat, can? Oh no, don't do that, we're just going away.
And then the travellers would feel like they had to move out of the fear.
Otherwise the cruelty would be there, can?
What sort of excuses can you remember from being a bairn or from that time that would have been used to take bairns away? Like what might have counted as neglect in country folks' eyes?
Just not being washed in that. Maybe vermin. Things like that, can? That would be come under neglect.
Are they okay with travellers living in bow camps, or?
They never were, can? No. They thought they were just like, more or less like animals, can? They thought they'd just lay among one another and so on and so on.
Can you ever remember a time, maybe living on a camp, where the cruelty came around, or there was maybe inspections or bairns removed?
The people going about, there were two for Aberfeldy, Wally Webb. He was, I think, we called the Gypsy Mission. He had a big van with a Gypsy Mission on it, can? He was at the berries out here, he come out there. When Nanny and Andy had the cleaves, he used to come out there. Load his van with a load of young folk and take them away in the van.
Did anyone ever ask him who he worked for?
He just seemed to be a peer there, can't with his van, Gypsy Mission.
The description of a man rounding up children and putting them into a van sparks images of the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. But this isn't fiction. This is real life, real families, real children. I've spoken with travellers in Perthshire and Fife, and whilst there may have been some cases of neglect, the majority of the time there was a feeling amongst the travellers that I interviewed that the authorities were removing children from their families, regardless of love and care. I contacted Fife and Perth and Kinross councils for comment, and whilst this obviously relates to different organisations and very different times, they both said that this is a deeply upsetting case, and fortunately attitudes have changed considerably over the past 50 years, and that their priority is the safety and well-being of children, and this includes maintaining children wherever possible within their families. And that, as councils, they do not tolerate discrimination of any kind, and everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. Parents were never told where their children were taken, and no matter how hard they tried, it was very common for them to never hear from them or to see their children again. Could the unknown Bairn be one of them? If he'd been taken, perhaps his birth family never knew his fate. Perhaps the wall of silence wasn't obstructive. Perhaps it was because the community themselves genuinely didn't know. But then I come back to that thought from before. If the unknown Bairn had died in the care service, without any of his family ever being informed, then surely family members would still be out there asking questions, trying to track him down. And at some point, wouldn't someone have worked out that their son was the wee boy lying in the grave in Tayport? The more I get into it, the more I start to believe there is another way to look at this story. The accounts we've heard from traveller families about the care system are shocking. But what if there are stories that are even worse? What if the care system could be so terrifying that you would do anything to protect your children from it, including leaving the body of your own child unclaimed?
Thanks for listening to episode 4 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds,
and BBC
music,
Sounds.
radio, podcasts.
A heads up, this podcast refers to child sexual abuse and contains interviews which you may find disturbing.
There is this recurring picture in my mind of a little red bike with little yellow handles with 2 wheels and one at the front, and I'm in the ground with this girl trying to take me off this bike. That sticks in my mind.
The social services told Teresa's parents that as soon as she and her twin brother were born, they would be taken into care.
I got friendly with this girl at work, and it turned out that her parents were the housemaster and mistress at Kippen House. And I said to her, well, myself and my twin were in there. And she says, come out for your dinner and you can meet my mum and dad. And she took me into this big room, and it was empty like. And I says, I've been in here before. And she says, what are you saying? And I said, playpens. She says, this is where they would put the kiddies in the playpens and that.
I'm David Donaldson, and this is The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, Episode 5, The Experiments. I've been speaking to travellers taken from camps when they were young children. Many of them never saw their families again, despite their parents looking and begging for information about them. These people and their stories are rooted in the 50s and 60s, when it seems those kinds of interventions from the care service were rife. But was it still going on in the early 1970s? Did traveller families from that time also live in fear of having their kids removed by the care services, known to them as the Cruelty? And could this all tie together into the mystery of the unknown Bairn? It's taken me months to track down a social worker who worked in Fife in the early 1970s, but I finally found someone willing to speak.
Well, I started there as a trainee social worker in 1971, and then I decided that I'd started a family, and I thought I want to live outside the city, and I landed in Blairgowrie. People would say, I don't know how you can work in Blairgowrie and live there, because people will come to your house when you do something like you take their kids into care, and that did of course happen. There were quite a lot of problems because in Blairgowrie you had, particularly at Berry time, a lot of people who had a travelling background. So during the summer months, when the berries were over, people would try and stay, and they'd be staying in tents at the end of a berry drill and all that. And the last one wouldn't go till November or something like that, you know. Then social workers at that time were responsible for homelessness. I can remember on one occasion finding enough children to have at least one football team playing in a field next to the humpy tents which they used to make, which was a tarpaulin where you put boulders around the edge of it and you had a chimney in the middle, and thinking, if I report this, then what will it do? Because these people will either move and disappear somewhere, or it could be the start of a process where they're forced by the law to do something that doesn't make sense.
Could those children have been taken from the families
Yes, they could have been taken from those families because there was not always the resources to sort of make the situation satisfactory for the children from the well-being point of view, and that could end up in them being taken away rather than the family being helped to make an acceptable arrangement for them. And sometimes, of course, people who, with a travelling background, forced to move into accommodation that was not right for them. The other side of that is that sometimes there are situations where it's not acceptable to leave a child, so quite often social workers are involved in very difficult assessments of situations where you're balancing the needs and rights of different individuals.
If the unknown Bairn was from a traveller family, then during his first year, his mother and father would have taken him to the berry fields of Blair. But there was nowhere to hide from the cruelty and no safety in numbers. Today, no one in Teresa's neighbourhood is aware of her traveller roots. She's kept it a secret, knowing local people once set fire to a traveller camp. To protect her identity, Teresa has asked for her words to be spoken by an actress.
My cousin remembers the day we were taken away. She says, "Teresa, a man in a suit came up with a big black car and they took the two of yous away."
The man in the suit was either a children's officer who worked for the local authority, an RSPCC inspector, or someone from the Kippen House Children's Home.
Children's officers would work quite closely with the RSPCC, traditionally known in Scotland as the Cruelty, who would come in where there was a question of neglect or abuse of a child, and that was the tradition. But of course, when action was required, very often it needed the resources of the local authority to where a child couldn't be supported with their natural parents and needed an alternative place to stay. So the local authority social workers took over the childcare duties of that sort of nature, and that was of course not only dealing with the families and children and making decisions, but of course recruiting foster parents and adoptive parents.
The RSPCC no longer exists, but between the 1950s and 1970s, the main role of the RSPCC inspectors was to be a first response to concerns about children from the public, family members, police and local authorities. They would have liaised with local authorities and police about whether a recommendation should be made to the court that children should be removed from home. I'm told there are no records of the number of traveller families who were visited by RSPCC inspectors, or the number of traveller children taken from their homes. And although the remaining RSPCC archives suggest that the organisation only supported the removal of children as a last resort, this doesn't fit with the lived experience of people that I've spoken to, that were removed from loving and caring families.
When I worked in Glasgow and Maryhill, and I'd do joint visits with the Cruelty, just to particularly remember one house where I went, and the Cruelty man, I think was okay, thought that the women that were there that had children were also engaging in prostitution, and then he wrote up RSPCC in his name and the number on the wallpaper next to the phone. So this is just...
It's like, stepping back in time into the Victorian era, Dickensian conditions, studying by candlelight or tilly lamp, and if you had no candles, then you were plunged into darkness for protracted periods, There was only one fire, which was like a large coal fireplace, reliant on logs, and so I had to keep sawing wood for 2 or 3 hours a day, every day, whether I liked it or not.
This is Seamus. He grew up in a place called Bobbin Mill. It's a collection of prefabricated, pretty basic huts in Pitlochry, a town in Perthshire. You'd find it by following a muddy track which takes you out from the town centre and up a hill. The mill was situated in the middle of a copse of trees. Bobbin Mill was just one of many sites created as part of a big social experiment, which victims claim ran in Scotland from 1946 up to 2010. Supported by the government and the Scottish local authorities of the time, the idea was to try and integrate travellers into mainstream society by forcing them to give up their life on the road and live in these settlements. They did this by threatening traveller families that if they didn't comply, their children would be taken from them and put into care. The whole operation even had a name. It was called the Tinker Experiment.
This is just one of many experiments that took place. Length and breadth of Scotland, you know, from Wick in the far north, Aberdeenshire. There were a whole cluster of experiments in Inverness-shire, you know, Kiltarley, Conton, Mulbury, Tor, around Muirvord. Going back to the original experiment, it was one hut converted into 4 apartments, 1-bedroom apartments. It was installed at the instigation of the Secretary of State and the Department of Health, who busied themselves in arranging the set-up, and it was a requisitioned RAF hut from, or used for prisoner of war, from RAF Ochterardor.
Seamus says that the Tinker experiments were an exercise in trying to erase and expunge all traces of traveller culture.
This is an article written by a journalist called Robin S. Creedy, and it featured in The Scotsman in 1958. Now, in 1958, the Secretary of State called a symposium of local authorities in Inverness to look at ways of dealing with the gypsy traveller problem in Scotland. And they all got together and looked at how local authorities could help to remove the problem. So what it says here in the article is it will take 1 or 2 generations to eradicate what is a sore problem in Scotland. But even a 50% change in the next generation will mean that the name Tinker will be relegated to the history books. So that just sums it up in a nutshell for me. That explains everything else that occurred, you know, in the background in Scotland.
It's really clear there that certainly who wrote that and the authorities that were involved wanted to get rid of travellers. They didn't want travellers to be in society as a distinct group.
They were compiling head counts and they've established that there were 2,728 people who were to be identified for inclusion in the experiments. And then they set out the terms, and it states quite clearly, if parents refuse to settle and persist in wandering with their children, the children to be committed to an industrial school or placed under a suitable guardian. There was pressure in the background to comply and to settle, you know, and it was actually, it was done in such a way that, you know, it was made to look like people were being encouraged to just see the error of their ways and break with tradition, but in actual fact they were being compelled to do something against their will.
When you were a social worker, you were working for a process that was driven by policies that I think were questionable, that it would be better for people to be moved out of their caravans and tents into ordinary housing. Looking back on that situation, that was a failure for some of these individuals and caused them to have problems that continue to the present day.
And speaking to you now, it's quite clear that you, even then it sounds, you know, you framed your own opinions of these things, you had your own viewpoints that perhaps at times differed from the policy. How much agency did social workers have to perhaps react on their own instinct and their own views that might have differed from the policy they were being told?
Not nearly enough.
What sort of reasons might we have seen social workers use to validate the removal of children?
Children not attending school, they were all playing. It was during the day and they were all playing in the field, so.
Traveller children in the experiments had to attend school for 200 calendar days a year. Travellers hoped that by moving into these government-approved sites and by giving up their life on the road, it would mean their children would be safe. but families were soon to discover that they weren't.
Cousins of mine were taken and placed into care, and a lot of other people in the local area, who were gypsy travellers. Children were taken and put into places like Kippen House and boarded out. So, yeah, it happened widely. They were still being taken into care when I was at school, in the 1980s, as teenagers. So it was quite a common practice. I remember one boy who refused to, because he only had an outside toilet, right, and cold water, no hot water. He refused to wash the back of his neck, but in winter, because it was so cold, and the water was freezing cold. And the next thing, he was taken in, into care for that. Another girl whose absence rate was quite high, she was taken in because of that, but it really didn't matter, whether there was a valid reason or not. They were just looking for excuses to do that.
When travelling kids did attend mainstream school, they often faced prejudice from the teachers and management teams. And that systemic bias had an impact on whether the children could survive in the school or whether they'd be moved on and into residential care.
Of course, there was a variation in the way that people were treated in schools. It took a long time for me to appreciate that the actual difference between the number of young people who ended up going to what was approved schools, and then it was List D schools, residential establishments, was related to the attitude of the school staff, the head teacher, rather than, well, obviously it was also related to the kind of behaviour that was around, but it was clearly related to the attitude of the head teacher.
Teresa, the lady whose childhood memories of playpens resurfaced when she visited her old children's home, was from a family who went to live at Bairn Mill. When Teresa and her brother were taken into care, the authorities cited cramped living conditions as one of the main reasons for her removal. But of course, her family had had no say in where they lived. They were living in the huts the authorities had built for them.
The justification was, at the time when she was expecting us, she was living in Bairn Mill. I've got the paperwork. It says it was overcrowded, and it was decided in April that these twins, as soon as they were born, would be taken into care. Do you know what it was like to read that? Knowing that your life was decided while you were still in your mother's stomach?
You had maybe 13 children in a one-bedroom apartment. You had asbestos partitions, which kids were lying with their faces pressed against. So that's obviously not conducive to good health in the longer term. They were cold, they were damp, they were falling into disrepair because of the deliberately inadequate conditions. It gave them a footing to intervene. So, like punishing them and then reclaiming the sinner, like white missionary work. And that's where the church had a prominent role to play. Church of Scotland nominated people for inclusion in the experiment. So they had a chaplain who was the Church of Scotland chaplain for Tinkers in Scotland. He had like a national designation or position, created for him. Was given a van. Was given funding to go around all the sites, and there are pictures of him at various sites in Scotland. So he was one of many, and when he retired, someone else took over.
I asked the Church of Scotland for comment about the Gypsy mission van that toured traveller sites in Perth, and they said they found newspaper reports which suggest this could have been part of the Church of Scotland home board missionary. And they went on to say, the Church's attitudes to travellers have often reflected the attitudes of society at large. However, although strenuous efforts were made to uncover specific instances of acts of institutional discrimination by churches against travellers, no evidence has been found. This is not to say that individual church members have not acted in discriminatory ways, and that the churches have failed to challenge them when they have done so. With hindsight, we can regard with regret some of the attitudes which the churches have displayed towards the travelling community, and, when it occurred, deplore their historic failure to stand alongside a minority group facing discrimination and even persecution. However, proposals for travellers were made in the belief at the time that they would bring benefit both to the travelling community and to wider society. They went on to say, "We do not believe that the Church of Scotland chaplains who were seeking housing sites for travellers in the 1950s and 1960s intended to be unkind or cruel, but rather were attempting to help, however misguided those attempts may have been." And on the issue of the Church of Scotland being involved in children being removed from traveller families, they asked their social care council if they were involved, who said, "The Church has always required the explicit consent of parents to take children into care." Teresa and her twin were taken whilst her other siblings stayed with her mother. Teresa believes her mother didn't challenge the decision because she was afraid.
They were frightened of the authorities, as we used to say, the cruelty man, the welfare man. Possibly they were frightened that all of their kids were going to get taken away, so they sacrificed us for them. They agreed for us to go into a children's home, and our aunt and uncle offered to take us rather than let us go to the children's home, and my mother and father said, "No, we have got to do what the authorities said." My mother's family, there had a lot of sweeping the kids from the campsites. My mother had been born on a campsite along with her 3 sisters and brothers, so they had seen it happen. And basically, what they said was if they had not let my twin go, they were worried in case all the kids would be swiped because they had seen it done.
Teresa was stuck in a children's home until her parents finally moved into a house.
Oh, we were in the children's home up until we went to school when we were 5. So, for 5 years, we were in 2 different homes. We were in Kippen House at Dunham, and we were in one in Abernethy. One was run by the church.
Like many travellers, including my own dad, Teresa cannot get hold of the documents covering her time in care, so she doesn't know who ran the places she lived as a baby and a toddler, other than there being potential connection with the church. However, some memories have been imprinted forever.
We had an embankment. We had hens. I was sitting up there. I had a swing, and I was sitting up there, and I turned round, and I remember seeing those 2 big white things in front of me, and I screamed. And it was nuns. I'm petrified of nuns for some reason. If I see nuns coming towards me, I have to cross the road, and I just don't know where it comes from. The woman who was in charge of the children's home would come and visit us and check up on us and that, and we never fitted into the family.
The family saw them as alien after they came back from care, that they had been corrupted, in some way, their minds, their outlook, and so that led to difficulties within families, but also others were adopted out, had their names changed, and it's resulted in a high number of suicides among people who were taken into care. I know of a family nearby and members were taken into care, but several people, just took their own lives as a consequence because they felt that they weren't accepted anywhere, they didn't fit in. In some cases, I think there may have been abuse and care in the background.
When we were 7, me and my twin brother were taken to another classroom at school, and there was a chap with a suit, and he asked us to do something. I can't remember if it was to write our name or something. And the next minute, my brother was getting all these nice new fancy clothes. I said, "Why is he getting them and I'm getting none?" And she says he's going to a special school. And he went to the Glebe School in Scone. It was basically for children that they classed retarded. My twin was educationally subnormal. If he was, In this generation, he would have been classed as having ADHD. So he got the worst end of the deal. He got taken away and then put into this boarding school in Perth. He came home on a Friday night and had to go back on a Sunday. We used to try and hide him and sneak food to him. The school used to ring and say, "Where is he?" And my mother used to shout, "Where is he? He's not at the school." He used to phone me and cry and say, "It's okay for you. You got to stay. I had to go to that horrible school and put up with things."
The Glebe School, based in Scone, has since been turned into flats, and despite Teresa's accusations that her brother was abused there, it's not been investigated by the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry.
My twin got it much worse than me because the school he went to. He died in the May and we were going to be 45 in the June. The doctors told me he basically drank himself to death because he had been interfered with at school, and there were 3 other little boys from the place we were from and a wee girl, and my twin told me about them. They experienced it too. I did ask them if they would consider reporting it, and they said no, we just want to try and forget it.
How do you feel about the numbers of children that were taken from the travelling community at that time?
I think that too many were taken, and I feel very sorry that any child was taken where it would have been reasonable to make other arrangements to support them with their own family. But the responsibility of social workers, the challenge, is very onerous for a young social worker because it is difficult to challenge people in all sorts of settings. And I can think of, particularly when we look back in the scandals in residential care, thinking, oh, I don't really like leaving this person here. I don't like this particular manager and their attitude. And I can remember taking a child who'd run away back to Burnside House in Dundee in the middle of the night, and they'd been told, strip off and go in the shower, and just thinking, I just can't cope with this. But it was not easy to question. And we all know that how difficult people have found to challenge authority figures and people with status.
Was there any other establishments or homes that you were aware of that you maybe felt uncomfortable with or knew there was questionable practice perhaps happening?
Yes.
I realise a lot of this is hindsight, right? You perhaps might not have known at the time that there was abuse happening in these institutions, and you may have been involved in the removal of some of the children. And how do you feel about that now? Do you ever regret any of those decisions?
I suppose I do have regrets about but wherever I've known that somebody that things have happened that could have been prevented, then you would have regrets. But of course these include situations where you think somebody's committed suicide. What messages did I get, and did I make the wrong decision about it? Because quite often you do get some sort of messages, and when it comes to sort of young people, the extent of child sexual abuse that goes on in all communities is such that you are bound to have been dealing with situations like that you've not identified the sexual abuse that was causing this young person, this behaviour that meant that you placed them somewhere where they might have been subjected to further abuse. And the high percentage of children removed by social workers that end up in jail or other institutions is completely unacceptable. And sure, there are times that I look back on and I think, well, I wish I'd done it differently. And certainly when I hear the current concern about people feeling that their children were taken away from them, I have to say, well, I was part of a process that did that.
Do you think that some of the children's officers thought they were doing the right thing and doing good by removing traveller children from their families for things that in hindsight we might see as trivial?
Yes, I'm certain of that. And of course, that's what led us to think when I was working in Fife that sometimes it was much more damaging to remove children. And that led, of course, to great tension within the authority there between the education service and the social work services and led to the Fife childcare inquiry, because basically we felt that children shouldn't be excluded from school at all, that there should be solutions found, and that they certainly shouldn't be moved towards residential environments where they were quite likely to be, and indeed were, abused by people, sometimes in a horrific way that we all regret now.
You know, trying to track down where you've been and get hold of those records, even although you have lived memories of being in those places, the authorities have made it almost impossible for people. Rather than assist them, you know, they're hindering access to those, you know, to those files, and to people, helping people to figure out, you know, where they fit in the world. So they're actually blocking them. I think the block is, you know, it's like a safeguard for them to protect themselves from the repercussions of what they did.
Seamus still lives at the bobbin mill. The prefabricated huts have been replaced by 8 wooden huts. They're heated by log burners. It might sound idyllic to some, but the trauma that's associated with these camps is palpable, and it still endures today. It wasn't until 2010, when the old huts were torn down and leases signed for replacement huts, that the Tinker experiment officially ended. And Seamus, still living on the site, claims it's ongoing. Not only did the traveller community fear the cruelty, but because of policies such as the Tinker experiments and its devastating impact, over the years a huge mistrust between traveller families and the authorities has grown. In fact, as I get my head around the scale of what happened back then, I can now, finally, start to see why a traveller family who had lost their son to drowning might decide not to claim him. I can see how they might have been so terrified that coming forward would result in their surviving children being taken away from them, that instead they let their boy be buried as the unknown Bairn. And though that's still a new thought, Seamus has a story that increases my growing belief that fear of the cruelty might have kept the unknown Bairn's parents away. Seamus shows me a horde of newspaper articles. He's been keeping track of his fight for justice, for himself and for other travellers who are fighting the state. Amidst the cuttings, there's a recent story. It's about a particular child and a death in foster care. It took place not far from Tayport, but some years before the unknown Bairn.
It's about a chap whose sister was taken and put into care, and, you know, she died from resultant injuries. She was fostered out, and, you know, it led to, in his view, evidence being withheld which suggested that she had been killed in care.
The girl in this article is called Alexina Kelby. Her family weren't part of the Tinker experiments, but they were travellers. I'm going to try and find out more about her case by visiting the National Archives. Like Alexina, could the unknown Bairn have died whilst in care? I'm going to have a look in Dundee City, which is just across the water from Fife. Right, so that's brought up an Alexina Kelby who died at age 2 in 1960. But it's obvious from her death record that she'd been taken into care. I can say this because the informant on her death certificate is a children's officer. Her cause of death is intracranial hemorrhage. In layman's terms, a severe blow to the head. Now, whilst there are lots of reasons this could have happened, to have a child of 2 years old dying of a severe blow to the head is definitely something I want to look into. The other part of this document that's really standing out to me is that it was the same pathologist on the case of Alexina Kelby as was who worked the case of the unknown Bairn, a Dr. Rushton.
It
I covered many court cases where Dr. Rushton was the main witness to circumstances of the death. Rushton, he was straightforward, honest, and in fact he was followed by a guy called Derek Pounder.
I came to Dundee in 1987, and a few years before, my predecessor, Dr. Rushton, had retired. Although he still kept a house in the city, he had moved on to Qatar to work for a few years. I worked from 87 until 2014 in the university there on the main campus in Dundee.
Turns out, Alexina's brother, the man in the newspaper article fighting for justice, he'd already been in touch with forensic pathologist Derek Pounder.
He was concerned about the death of his sister as a child and had been pursuing the police to investigate the death. I didn't make any notes of the telephone conversation with the man at the time, but my understanding was that the child was in foster care of some kind and was not living with her own family at the time that she died, and that therefore there was no one in the family, including himself, who had direct information about the circumstances of her death. But he had the suspicion that she'd been murdered. There were no clear facts. There was suspicion and concern, but it was obviously a matter which was of deep concern to the man. And so I've learned over the years that one should be very careful about prejudging anyone who seems a bit out of the ordinary in terms of expressing concerns. Sometimes the extraordinary turns out to be true, and therefore I tried to be as helpful as I could. It sounded like a very strange tale indeed, but I explained to him that if he wanted to progress matters, the easiest way to do it was to contact the Lord Advocate in Scotland and ask the Lord Advocate to reopen the investigation. That was the end of my conversation with him, and many months passed until one day the police came knocking on my door with a set of photographs and asked me to look at the photographs and to check whether we had an autopsy report on this particular young girl.
My name is Mr. Peter Stewart Kelby, Kelbie, and I am Alexina's younger brother. She died in Dundee on the 31st of August in 1960, and she was in care in a foster home at the time. There was a police raid, and my sisters were taken into care and placed in the Dundee Children's Night Shelter. Alexina was then fostered out to foster parents in Dundee. Sadly, they were all abused in care. They were placed in a children's home in Murrayshire, Abalawa Children's Home. Some of them were placed in children's homes in Dundee and also in Aberdeen.
Peter and Alexina's mother was a Romany gypsy from the Isle of Lewis and Skye, and his father's family were travellers. Peter believes he and his sister were taken into care because his parents were travellers. Peter experienced horrific abuse whilst in care. As an adult, he discovered his siblings, cousins, and second cousins were all taken into care too. They would all have been around the same age as the unknown Bairn. Many of them were victims of sexual and physical abuse. But Alexina's death, that's the thing Peter is determined to get justice for.
What the police obviously did find was photographs taken at the autopsy. So they called me up, knocked on the door, and walked in with the photographs and asked me whether I had been able to comment on them and say anything useful. And it was possible to do that. They were good photographs, black and white, but good quality. Well, there are obvious bruises and grazes to the body. a layperson would know, the child had injuries, but the pattern of injuries was clearly assaultive. This was not accidental injury. It's what we call non-accidental injury in childhood. So it was absolutely clear that the child had been abused. What was not clear, because we had no photographs of the internal appearances, was how the external injuries might have related to the cause of death.
CID traced a number of witnesses who remembered baby Alexina. One of those witnesses was a young boy, and he was 13 years old in 1960, and he remembered his mummy and Alexina and the foster mother talking on the upstairs landing. As the door was being closed, they were told to get in. This was about 11:30 in the morning on the 31st of August, and it was believed that Alexina was thrown down 4 steps.
My recollection of the pattern of injuries was that it implied something more than a simple push down the stairs. We have to remember that we're speaking of events about 50 years ago, and people's perspective on child abuse, the frequency of child abuse, and having a suspicion about the possibility of child abuse was very, very different then. This is an era where caning, smacking, and striking children was the norm. That kind of low level of violence against children was accepted in the community at large. The idea that there could be such a high level of violence that it would kill a child was not to the forefront of people's minds. People wouldn't think of that. And the idea, for example, of child sexual abuse, similarly, wasn't the forefront of people's minds. And children weren't believed. So, given the general culture of the time, the attitude in general of the medical profession towards injuries in children, unless there was compelling evidence of an assault, an excuse or an explanation that the child simply fell or banged their head accidentally, would likely be accepted at face value. If the pathology evidence is equivocal or suspicious but not conclusive, and the circumstantial evidence is suspicious but not conclusive, then you may end up with an investigation in which you have a high level of suspicion but can't really grasp anything which allows you to make a definite conclusion on which the police and the prosecution services can act. And so, therefore, you're left, if you like, with a death certificate which indicates there's a problem, but doesn't tell you what the root cause of that problem is. 2 possible reasons for that. The one is that the pathologist didn't wish to be more specific, or the other is that there was hemorrhage in different layers of the coverings of the brain, as well as possibly in the substance of the brain. And so it was a catch-all phrase. But such hemorrhage, in association with external injuries, suggests that the cause of the hemorrhage was trauma, that is abuse, and not natural disease. On the balance of probabilities, I think she was murdered. Murdered in the medical sense, that it's a homicide, somebody else is responsible for her killing. Whether they actually intended to kill her or not is a different matter. So perhaps not murder in the legal sense.
Peter tells me his mum would talk about the authorities and what they did to her family between 1961 and 1974. She said, "You've taken all of my children. You raped them, then you murdered them."
In deaths which are more than 50 years old, the likelihood is that any person responsible for the death is now dead. And so all we can hope for, if you like, is to expose the truth, and no more than that. The death certificate never records whether a death is a natural death, an accidental death, a suicidal death, or a homicide. It's not on a death certificate. That information in Scotland is confidential information which is statistical and is developed by the Procurator Fiscal and then passed to the death registration authorities. So it's a very confidential and private matter. So I can't imagine any document that could be obtained or any court procedure which could take place, which would, if you like, bring finality to the process. And the most that one could do would be to go to the grave and put a gravestone which said, murdered.
If people do their research, they will find that the other children died within the care system. That goes back many, many, many years. And even at Abalawa, at the children's home, there is a cemetery there at Abalawa.
Alexina died in the care of foster parents who lived just across the water from Tayport. The Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry have heard many similar cases. Alexina's foster parents went on to foster other children, and they were not the only family allowed to foster again after a child had died in their care. Although I don't know for sure motive for why the unknown Bairn's family never claimed him, I suspect it was because of the fear of the cruelty. But I still don't know who that family are. I'm making progress and I'm getting closer, but I need another lead, another breadcrumb that will take me another step towards the unknown Bairn. And I think I know where to look next.
Thanks for listening to episode 5 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds,
and BBC
music,
Sounds.
radio, podcasts.
As I've got into this story of the unknown Bairn, I've found myself investigating the history of my own community. I've learned about the social experiments that ran through several decades of the 20th century, which blew traveller families apart and caused years of pain and misery. And somehow this seems to have a bearing on the mystery of the unknown Bairn. And Bob Beveridge is another part of this mystery too. I haven't quite worked out how to place him either. In the press, he's claimed he knew who the Bairn was all along. But then when I talk to him, I get a sense that what he knows is not quite that. It's something different. And then there's what he says when I visit, that it's an impossible case to solve.
Even if you were Sherlock Holmes, I don't think you could come up with an answer to this particular one. But if there's no information forthcoming, then I'm afraid there's no conclusion.
I'm beginning to think what Bob actually thinks he knows is based on instinct rather than facts and evidence. At one point he told me he didn't think the little boy had drowned at all. He told me it was likely asthma or bronchial related. But how can he know this? Is that why the police changed their story months after the unknown Bairn was buried? Is that why they said he had died before he was even placed into the water? I'm at that point in the story where, rather than finding more answers, I just seem to be opening up more and more questions. Was the Bairn in care and the travelling community didn't know about his death? Was his death an accident? Or was it closer to Alexina's story? Or was he still living as a traveller, still with his family, like Bob suggests? Did they not come forward because they feared the system? Or was it something else? I'm Davy Donaldson, and this is The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, Episode 6, The Boy on the Bike. So much time has passed. I mean, do you think it will ever be solved as to who the little boy actually was and where he came from?
It could only be resolved if we knew where the mum and dad were buried now, but nobody knows.
I need to find the family. It's the only way to get answers to all of these questions. While exploring the care system, I kept thinking about the couple on the bus. The couple brought in for questioning, who explained away their grief by telling the police their son had been taken into care. Bob questioned this couple at the time, And I wonder if, since we last met back in autumn, he might have another crumb of information for me. It's now winter, and after many failed attempts to get across from Perthshire to Fife because of winter gales bringing snow and fallen trees, blocking country lanes, I finally made it back to Bob's antique shop in Fife.
The two whom I believe were the parents of the wee boy, they used to come to Falkland and play the bagpipes to the visitors when the visitors were arriving at Falkland Palace. But as soon as they got some money, it was straight into the pub, and they always finished up getting drunk. But this was long after the body of the child was found. Him and the wife, they were always fighting with each other, you know. And the wife had broken his chanter on his bagpipes, which meant that's a loss of income. Well, that's by sheer luck. I had a pipe chanter in the shop, and I gave him it. And so that was on my way back doing again there, playing the pipes to the tourists, getting more money for more drink.
And speaking about those two persons' interest as well, that traveller couple, do you know if they had any other kids, any other children?
Not that I'm aware of. There was a boy who used to come about. I always suspected he might be related to them. And he was a big gormless kind of chap who always gone about on a bicycle. I always suspected that there was a connection because he was a true Tinker fraternity. You know, you never seen anybody else other than the two that I had encountered and that one lad. He subsequently passed on with a most dreadful illness, motor neuron disease.
Did he mean to do it? Bob has just handed me something tangible to investigate. Facts that could be very valuable and verifiable. I now have enough information here to reach out to the wider Falkland community.
I'm Marietta Crichton-Stewart, and I was brought up living in Falkland Palace, a very elaborate French-styled hunting lodge which the Stuart kings, up until James I and VI as a child, stayed there, and in fact he gave it as a morrowing gift to his wife Anne of Denmark. So it's very much associated with the Stuart kings. From time to time there are people who turn up. They might have an ice cream van, or they might have a pair of bagpipes.
Related to the parents of the unknown Bairn, I really could never say that. You know, you have wee suspicions. And apparently a farmer in the Gateside area, he had an old caravan, he allowed them to stay in it from time to time. So they used to come in the shop and borrow £5 from me, and he was back with it in 5 days and gave them the money back. There was something honest about them, you know. They wouldn't take advantage of you. If they borrowed some from you, they didn't disappear into the sunset.
The traveller man that came in to get the chanter from you, do you know if he played locally around here, or was it just at the palace?
Well, they must have been quite local, because as I say, they never had cars to travel in or anything. They must have been quite local. The boy on the bike, we used to see him everywhere. If we were coming back from Abernethy to Falkland, enough you see him on his old bicycle and that. He was a big, gormless, likeable, harmless character. All this carry on with a child, that happened before I seen the couple here in Falkland. So it's difficult to put two and two together when you've not got any more to go on, you know.
I wonder, Bob, do you know the names of the travellers that used to come into your shop, or perhaps round about the area?
No. I would be taking a guess. Tinkers had very common names. There was no Mr. Johnson or a Willie Thompson or anything like that. They seem to have these slightly Irish-connected names. I couldn't honestly say the name.
Armed with this new crumb, I'm going to head out from the village of Falkland down the road to Gateside. If that's where the boy on the bike had a caravan, maybe some of the farmers in Gateside will remember him. Maybe they'll know whether this boy was related to the couple questioned by the police. The couple Bob thinks are the unknown Bairn's parents.
With the information that Bob's given me, I'm now going to go to Gateside and speak with some of the farmers there to see if they might know a bit more about the traveller community who were here at the time, and in particular the traveller on the bike that Bob mentioned,
who worked in this area and may have worked for one of the farmers as well, who he also mentioned lived on a caravan on one of the farms here. It's clear this area has been important historically and continues to be important as a farming community, and you can really see why travellers would have came to this area with the agricultural labour that would have been needed. This part of the world's a particularly bonny part of the world. You can really get a sense of not only its rural nature, but the fact that we're not dealing with a case here that's an urban case. We're dealing with a case that was very local, even with its international coverage. It was very local, and the local feelings, I think, are still here today. And I'm hoping that'll become apparent when we speak to some of the farmers and maybe get some more light on the situation. Maybe there is more stones that haven't been turned that we could potentially turn now. Because it did sound like, I think Bob described it as a wall of silence. And it sounded like that wall of silence from the perceived, perhaps, mistrust of authority from the traveller community at the time may have hindered the investigation to an extent where perhaps there wasn't as much evidence and information given forward or witnesses coming forward. Because someone must have knew something.
If you're at the Lochie Farm,
Aye.
come back down into the village.
Right.
The stop sign, take a right.
Okay.
Take first left down Station Road.
You want a coffee? A coffee would be fantastic. So, John, how long have you been here?
40 years.
And kind of going back then to, I suppose, the 80s really, and before then, travelling people would have travelled through this area. And do you know if any travelling people worked on this farm?
Not in my time, David, not in my time, but I mean, there were a lot of them about, and there was a lot of Irishmen as well that used to come and seek work and do a bit of harvest work and then move on. No, I had this chap, he worked for me, and we just managed to do it ourselves. No, I didn't have any travelling people. No.
And John, to your knowledge, was there a farm around here with a caravan on it that, you know, perhaps a traveller man lived in and maybe worked from?
Yes, I had a farm just down the road there, a couple of miles down the road, had a caravan on it, and travelling people were staying in it.
And John, perhaps it's in hopes here, but do you know the name of the traveller man that lived on the caravan on that farm?
Dave was the name of the man.
And when he lived there, do you know if he lived there for a long time, or was it periodical, or?
You've got me, I don't know that, but the chap, Ian will probably know that maybe, how long he was there.
And Ian's your friend?
Ian's used to work for me, aye.
We're trying to find out, we spoke to Bob Beveridge, and I'm trying to find out if someone that he can remember who was perhaps a relation of the unknown Bairn, someone who had a bicycle, and we know that he lived in a caravan on one of these farms. So that could well have been David.
Could have been, yep, quite easy.
And John, do you happen to know anyone that might have met David who we could maybe speak to now, today, that's still around?
Ian, he would see him coming in out of the village, I would think, when he was there. Hi Ian, are you available? Right, because I've got the BBC here, need to speak to you. Are you okay if they come down, or do you want to pop up? Okay, right, Ian. Right, very good. I'll just send them down then, and you can tell them all you know.
You said his mother and father used to camp up the top there. Do you know what type they used to do, or did you ever see them doing anything?
No, never seen them doing nothing at all. He would come and play the pipes for pennies or something round the doors. That would be about it, and they'd camp up there. But Davy would be a good bit older than me, I would reckon, and I'm coming up 70, so I never seen him doing much, but nor his mother and father, to be quite honest. They just up my way, and then eventually would come back. But they did camp over at Newborough at one point, just before you go under the bridge at Glenburnie. They had a wee camp and had a camp up there. They'd camped all over the place.
And was it his father then that played the pipes?
Yes. Aye, definitely was, aye.
And he would do that around this area then often?
Well, you go to the pub for 2 or 3, play tunes for pennies, obviously. But that was it. He was all right. He wasn't the greatest of pipers, but at least he tried.
Do you know if Davy ever ride a bike?
Yes. Regular. You'd see him cycling down to the village for the caravan, into the shop for messages and that, and just going back up to his caravan again. Aye, he did. He went all over the place with his bike.
Is this the same boy that Bob was speaking about? From Ian, I get Davy's first and second name, but for privacy reasons, we're only going to disclose the first name. This is looking really promising, but I need some corroboration. Marietta, who grew up in Falcon Palace, remembered a travelling man who played the pipes at the palace, but nothing more specific than that. But she asks around, and a woman that she speaks to, she tells Marietta the same story the local farmers told me.
When I asked her, immediately responded saying, yes, I do remember them. And then she said there was some relation called Davy, and he had a serious illness, and as a result of that he was able to get a council house in Gateside, I think it was.
So Davy, who used to bike around the local area, is related to the couple that Bob knew. The couple overheard on the bus who were questioned by police. The couple who, years later, Bob got to know again because the husband piped outside Falkland Palace. The couple that Bob still believes are the parents of the unknown Bairn. Ian the farmer told us the couple would camp at Newborough. That's just past where the River Erne and the Tay collide. Remember when I was out on the boat watching the current drag reeds down the Tay? Those reeds, they were being carried down from Newborough. Did Davy have siblings? It feels like we're getting very close to confirming the unknown Bairn.
And Ian, do you know if Davy was an only child, or do you ever recall seeing him with brothers and sisters or anyone, even when you were really young?
No, I only seen Davy. I never seen anybody else come about. No. No sisters, no brothers, not that I know of anyway.
And can you remember what the mother looked like?
Stoutish kind of woman, face obviously weather beaten. I would say she was oldest of the two of them, but that's all I could tell you.
It's helping us to kind of piece together the story. You know, these small details can really help us tie the jigsaw together.
I just can't stop thinking about it. It's keeping me awake at night. I need to keep digging into the family at the archives. John and Ian told me Davy's surname, and Marietta confirmed it. But I know that not all travellers registered births, so I might quickly hit a dead end.
And so what I'll try is, David, and try and find if there was a death certificate with that name in Fife. Wow, I'm just shocked that there was only one person that died with that name. So it's came up with one result. Okay, so this is definitely looking like the Davy we're looking for, and his cause of death was motor neuron disease. From the certificate we can also find out who his father and his mother were. I've also found the death certificates of the mother and father of Davy, and it's very, very clear from these death certificates that both of them would have been far too old to have had a baby in the 1970s. I think the much more likelihood is that they perhaps had a daughter, and the daughter perhaps had the baby. Signature of informant, how qualified to give information and address. There's a signature here for the informant. Who would the informant have generally been?
It could be anybody in the family. Generally it tends to be spouses or children, but we've seen in-laws. Sometimes it could be a family friend if there was no sort of immediate family. There's no hard and fast rule over who can inform. It's just somebody who effectively knew the deceased. Right. More often than not will be as close a family member as you do have.
Can you make out who this informant would have been?
No. That is not clear at all. It looks like a bad signature. Normally you would see it the other way around, the signature and then the relationship.
Right. But maybe they signed it without the formal education, they might have signed it the opposite way around by accident.
Yep.
Does that say sister underneath there?
It looks it.
So this would have been a sister. Is it?
Could be.
I'm just now I'm reading what I want to read, I think. But
No,
do you see?
Right there. That's the name, isn't it? And then that's the sister. Oh wow! Thank you.
Wow. No, thank you. That's quite important. So we now know he has a sister. And an address. Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah. We've also got an address for his sister. So now we've got a name of Davy's sister. I'm going to search up to see if there are any births registered under that name. So we now know that this is in fact a daughter. Yeah, we know that they had a daughter.
She's more likely to. Could
Being
she
the
have been
mother.
the mother? Because she had. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's really good.
Nice. And she may well be alive today. She might. Now we know that the Traveller couple brought in for questioning had a daughter, as well as a son called Davy. I can see that this daughter would have been the right age to have had a child in the late 60s and early 1970s. I'm going to keep looking through the archives to see if she had any children around the time that Unknown Bairn was born, which I know would have been around 1969. She had a daughter who was born in 1968, but I've also found a child, and he was born in 1969. Now this is incredibly interesting because this young boy would have been 2 at the time the Unknown Bairn was found. This could well be the Unknown Bairn, and it would make sense because Bob may have assumed the mother and father of Davy were the parents of the Unknown Bairn, but actually they were the grandparents of the Unknown Bairn. All of these names, these connections across generations, daughter and parents, sisters and brothers, there's something familiar about all this. Something really weirdly familiar about this. I've seen these connections somewhere. It feels like something is about to pull all of this together. I want to go back to Bob, show him what I've found, tell him the theory that's quickly developing as to who the Unknown Bairn might be, and see what he thinks about that. See, does that correlate with what he thought? I mean, he's always maintained that he knew who the child was. Does this match with what he thought? I'd be very, very interested to hear what Bob thinks and what Bob says when he's presented with some of this evidence.
Chasing after it, but Lochry.
Well, I've got some exciting things to show you.
Oh, good.
Because you've always maintained that you think you know who the couple were, right? But I think, if I recall rightly, you mentioned there being a son.
A possible son.
And just so I get it right, this couple were the ones who were taken in for questioning
Yes,
during
I
the Unknown Bairn.
recognise them. They're quite distinctive in their appearance, their general appearance and everything.
I followed up your leads. Even the smallest bit became really useful. When you mentioned the lad being on the bike.
Yes.
You mentioned him living in a caravan on a farm, maybe working as a labourer out near Gateside. And you also mentioned his death with motor neuron disease.
Yes.
So with these 3 points, I then went and spoke to someone who used to work on a farm out near Gateside. He now has his own farm, and he could remember this lad, and he also mentioned another guy who worked there who also could remember this lad. So from the 2 of them, and talking to them both, and also looking at the National Archives, I think I've found the name of who that lad was.
Aye. So this is good. You've done a lot of really interesting research here.
So his name would have been Davy. He died of motor neuron disease at 9 Wells.
So you've probably hit the very lad I'm talking about.
So this, if that was their son, this would mean the couple that you spoke to would have been... Do you think that's about right?
So you notice it says...
He lived in Gateside, yeah. Because we spoke to someone who used to know
Very
David.
good, very good. That's good. You've really...
That would mean that this was
the guy you remember being...
That'd be him on the bike. It would be him, all right, because I remember him down at Gates. I didn't know he had been taken to hospital. Eventually he did, but obviously he did because he died in Ninewells. But that's just about the time, you see, that I was quite upset to learn that he had died of motor neuron disease, because he was quite a likeable kind of person.
Yeah. So now knowing these two names here, which would have been the couple you were with and, you know, were interviewed in relation to the case, does that jog your memory at all?
It would be very difficult for me to put an actual name on it, because, you know, you would have to have 100% then sure that that is the name, you know. You could only assume that it may well have been any one of these three names that I mentioned. See, even the old police records at Glenrothes wouldn't have that, would they?
I continued to look into this.
Yes.
And I continued to look into particularly the name of the father and the mother.
Yes.
Now, looking through that, I found a book, because I have an image of him. I'd be interested to show you that image and to see if that was the man you can remember being in that interview all those years ago.
It's at this point I pull out a book to show to Bob. A book about travellers. It has pictures of them and a family tree as well. I've mentioned this book before. Then Bob looks at one of the photos.
That's very much like him too. Very much, that's...
I don't know if you remember his face.
It's very like him.
Very like him.
I can't be positive after what's the best part of it. Well, it's 50 years now.
Looks very like him.
It does look very like him, very like him. You've done a lot of really interesting research there. It's really nice. Congratulations.
Now it's me that's not quite telling Bob everything that I know. I didn't tell him that the Trevor couple he knew had a daughter, or that they had a grandson who was the same age as the unknown Bairn. Until I found out more, I'm keeping quiet. I may need to protect the mother's identity. But now that I know her name, I can work out which part of the community that she comes from. I can try to find members of her family. And better than that, I've already met one of them.
Thanks for listening to episode 6 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds.
and BBC
Music,
Sounds.
radio, podcasts.
Must have been strange for you as well, though, reading the book.
I didn't know it was my... When I first found it, I picked it up and I had a real look at the front page, turned it over, and then I recognised all the names, because I used to work in Register House, New Register House in Edinburgh, and I realised that he was my mum's uncle. You couldn't make that up, could you? And if you've ever felt like an ice cube going down your spine, I felt it then.
Yeah.
I thought, I can't believe this.
That's incredible.
I felt as if it was my real mother saying to me, look, I know your foster mum's died, but don't forget your natural family as well. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah.
You know?
The book. It's the book Martha told me about when we met before, when I was looking into traveller children being taken into care. The book that made her feel like she had an ice cube running down her spine. After talking to her, I got a copy of that book. And as I've been working on this investigation, I've slowly come to realise something. Some of the locations line up. Some of the names line up. And when I showed the book to Bob Beveridge, and he recognised some of the people in it, that was the clincher. The unknown Bairn is connected to the family in this book. And the family in this book are connected to Martha. And now I need to tell her. I'm Davy Donaldson, and you're listening to The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. Episode 7, The Camp.
I was able to look into the records and I found lots of children. But there was one child who stuck out to me most.
Okay.
Now this child was born in 1969, which would have meant he was 2 to 3 years old at the time the unknown Bairn was found. This is his birth certificate, so I think this child could well be the unknown Bairn.
Yeah. Makes sense, doesn't it?
If this child truly is the unknown Bairn, then you would be directly related to the unknown Bairn.
Very sad to think that one of my relatives are, lying in a grave with no name. It's a strange world.
Yeah, coincidences, isn't it?
Definitely.
And the coincidence doesn't stop there. A few years ago, I put together an extensive family tree. Something that quite a lot of travellers do, particularly those that have been split apart from their birth family. It's a way to start rebuilding those connections. Now, I'd only briefly known Martha before we started this investigation. Our paths had crossed, but I hadn't noticed that some of her relatives were mine, connected to me through my dad and my granddad. So as you can imagine, I now wanted to double check this, to confirm what I thought was true, that I was definitely related to her.
So distantly, I was speaking to my granddad, distantly we are related.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's good, cousin.
Yeah.
So the unknown Bairns is much to do with you as possibly with me.
It does make it a bit more real.
Yeah, it makes it a bit more personal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When I started looking into the story of the unknown Bairn, I had a hard time believing he could have ever been a traveller. To discover I'm related to him, albeit not as closely as Martha, is a total shock. It's overwhelming, in fact. It's a lot to process. Martha's been trying to find tangible links to her family for years. She's found surviving relatives and her birth mother's grave. It's midwinter, pitch black and bitterly cold. But Martha's keen to make the journey to the graveyard on the edge of the Tay. We've looked at the family tree and followed the connections. We're going to the grave of the unknown Bairn, the wee boy who is a distant relative of mine and a second cousin to Martha. In the darkness, the lights on our mobiles search for the grave, illuminating beams of heavy, cold rain. As we get there, we pass the grave of Ian Robertson, the postman who found the Bairn.
How do you think the family would feel about the gravestone and the flowers that have been laid down?
Well, I would hope that they feel grateful that people cared enough to do it. I know they wouldn't have had any money to do it, and I'm quite sure they miss him very much. But I think nobody came to claim him as if he wasn't worth a damn, Just a wee boy. A shame. Well, your second cousin's come to visit you, and she'll visit you every time she comes through Fife. You're not on your own, little man. If it'd been my baby, I would have had to come and claim him. I couldn't have left him to get buried by strangers. Sorry.
Yeah.
He was good to the wee one. His friends near him, anyway. It was nice of the people at Tayport to give him a gravestone. At least he's got that. And it does appear that people are visiting him. I don't know how often, but he's not neglected, thankfully. A shame. That looks like a Christmas wreath there with a teddy. That's nice as well. I mean,
it is a long-held tradition, isn't it, to take a wreath to the grave of your loved ones. I know many travellers do that.
for me, even if it was a threat of taking any of children I may have, I couldn't have stayed away knowing that other people were burying my son. I couldn't have done that. I can understand why they did it, but I couldn't have done it. Just couldn't.
We know that the couple on the bus, screaming and crying, witnesses report, crying, my Bairn, they found the Bairn. Do you think there would have been pressure put on the couple from other parts of the family to perhaps not go forward in case the children were taken, as hard as it was for the mother?
I can't say. It could well be. Yeah, I mean, he's only between 2 and 4. I couldn't have left my baby to be buried by strangers. I just couldn't. It would have put me in prison. I wouldn't have cared, but I wouldn't have left him to be buried by strangers. I'm not judging the people who had, it's related to the baby, but it must have been that awful hard for them, because look how upset I'm getting. They're probably getting upset because he couldn't come forward. They must have been suffered. It's just a tragic tale altogether. But somebody's put little cars down for him. He's probably not got a chance to play with them. That mother must have been going through hell. I can't believe anybody would allow that unless there was, that sort of reason, having their other kids taken away from them. And the chances are that probably would have what happened,
The first time I came to the unknown Bairn's grave was for the memorial. I was quite disconnected to the story. I came here to speak to people who knew more about it than I did. Mm-hmm. I felt connected on a human level, because obviously it was a wee boy. It didn't feel the way it does now.
No.
Now when I'm coming here,
that's family.
Knowing that who the wee boy was, I feel connected to the story now. Mm-hmm. Being here at the gravesite, even if it's just me, I feel like now I know the wee boy. So it's much more emotional this time. And he ended up being buried by people with the very best intentions and the best of heart. But in many ways, I just feel like he's not been surrounded by his own people for so long. He's a symbol for
all that's wrong with the attitude towards travelling people in Scotland, and he's paid for it. His mother's paid for it. But I hope his mum, I bet she has been over to visit his grave. I don't believe she hasn't. I bet she has.
I can't help but think that he'd feel really alone here.
Yeah.
This graveyard, to me, feels really lonely. The wee boy's grave is set apart from the rest of the graves. When I look at graves of my own family, there are certain mementos that you will find on a gravesite of a traveller. There are certain emblems that can be carved in. There's certain objects that will be placed. None of that's here. It feels absent of the community.
Okay, we
Well,
better
yeah,
be.
I'm frozen to bits. Okay. Give him that kiss. He's probably never left us from anybody. It's horrible leaving him in the dark cemetery, isn't it?
I've been told about a site where the unknown Bairn's family camped, and I've been given directions to find it. It's near Strathmiglo, a village that sits between Falkland, where Bob's shop and the palace are, and Gateside, where Davy lived in a caravan.
Yeah, you need to go left.
I think that is the way to
Martha and I can't resist the opportunity to see what might have been left behind. Can we find any traces of the unknown Bairn's existence? We're driving down a country road surrounded by fields that form part of a country estate. Behind an old stone wall is a small wood of tall pine trees, their tops bending over in the winter wind. The sun's out, but there's not much daylight reaching the carpet of undergrowth below. Beyond the trees is a small loch. Hiding in a reed bed, a small wooden rowing boat. In the distance, a large stately home looks down over the fields and trees. It's very grand. You can't get more of a contrast.
Likely they would have been up in here.
Right.
I'm looking to see if we can find anything that would indicate their presence here. It has been a good few decades, but I'm holding out hope that we might be able to find something. Maybe a pan, maybe a pot. Maybe the presence of hazel. You know, to indicate that maybe there were bough camps here at one point. You had certain families as well, certain traveller families that would leave, I don't know if your one was one of these families, but they would leave pans, often leave matches, perhaps even hazel or a canvas at a camp. And in that way they would know that wherever they were in the country they would have camps where they could go to and they'd find shelter and, you know. Yeah, traveller families still do it to this day.
Similar to both is for hill climbers.
Hide it in the bankings or somewhere where, in a hollow of a tree, somewhere where people, you know, where one, it would be easy to find when you come back, but equally you don't want anyone to disturb it or take it away.
I just can't take it in. I can't really. I just wish they were here. You know, and we could sit down and have a blather with them. I feel as though I've been robbed by not being allowed to partly live my life as a traveller, because that's what I am. You know, and I wouldn't have experienced any of what my auntie and uncle, my mum and my dad experienced.
People who lived here were humble people. They weren't materialistic. You know, they didn't want much in life. Punished for wanting to have that, you know, very unassuming lifestyle. You know, a lifestyle that doesn't impede on anyone.
In the late 50s, I was taken out to camp, that they were just going to take a fell swoop and take the lot of the kids out, whether they were in Fife, whether in Aberdeenshire, West Coast or the East Coast. But it didn't work. Here we are, looking for my family's camping places, you know. It didn't work. You know, you can take the tinker out the camp, but you can't take the camp out the tinker, I have to say. And I've got my family's wanderlust. I don't know how many times I've told my son I'm going for a pint of milk, and 3 hours later, I'm in Elgin, I'm just coming home. Because it's been a nice night.
And just walking through this wood, you can't help but feel, you know, did the unknown Bairn, did he run round this wood? You know, did he play in that field? Did he run around in these trees? I can't help but think that maybe we're walking in the footsteps of the unknown Bairn while we walk through this wood. Someone's camped here, you know. Could this have been where they camped? I think this bit here's more likely to have been where they camped. The lady who knew where they camped described it as being right on the roadside over a broken wall. And this is quite sheltered. I think it was maybe more likely they camped here.
We've moved out of the woods now and back towards the stone wall, to a more sheltered area, but it's covered in brambles, which we have to carefully pick through.
So it was a lot more likely they camped here. Definitely. So I've just came across a stump, a really old stump, and in it I've found a lot of really old cans of food. I think we've found the camp.
Have you?
And I think it's here.
Yeah, right.
Come and see what I found.
Okay.
Here's the stump.
Oh!
Now...
What But that's theirs. Obviously has to be.
Inside the stump we found... These weren't sitting like this.
All right, okay.
This old wine bottle.
Yeah.
Definitely from the period.
Yes.
An old brandy bottle.
Oh, they must have had some money when they got that then. Empty tin can.
Evaporated milk. Now I'd say that was from about that time.
Yeah, yeah. They must have bought tins of stuff and ate out of the tins.
What one's this one? That one's evaporated milk as well.
Yeah, they would have put that in their tea. Children would have drunk it as well, but I know they used to put it in tea, didn't they?
Oh, aye.
Yeah.
Well, it kept
because they liked
didn't it?
Yeah, and they liked sweet tea.
So do you want to have a wee rummage in here? We've not looked any further. Just in case there's anything else.
Oh,
this is
that's a camp, definitely.
This is people who have stayed here for a long time, periodically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chopped pork.
Chopped pork. Tins. Oh.
Tins of chopped pork.
Shame.
Their lifestyle here, the fact that they had to eat canned foods, because obviously they wouldn't have had anywhere storing food.
No.
But you can also see from the types of food that, you know, they may have been...
It wasn't a healthy diet by any stretch of the imagination, but...
We can also...
They would never have been able to afford it.
You know, it was people who were living a very humble lifestyle on the very edge of poverty.
Yeah. And on the very edge of society as well. Think of it.
Found a dip tank. So these old steel tanks would have been used by travellers at that time to heat their tent. So what they would have done is they would have hollowed out the top and they would have put fires in the dip tank itself, and then that way they would have heated the tent. You alright, Martha? You want a hand?
It's an inhaler.
How old do you think it is?
It's really old.
It is old, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we found here a really old inhaler, which is incredibly interesting because we know that there's a link with asthma. It's a very old inhaler, it's certainly not been dropped recently.
I just saw a thing and I thought, I wonder what that is. That is an inhaler.
Let's try and see if there's a date, but...
There should have been.
Bob Beveridge has maintained that the unknown Bairn didn't pass away from drowning, but that he may have died of a bronchitis or asthma related condition. Very interesting to know that and to see this connection made with the place the unknown Bairn may have well stayed. We're heading straight over to the antique shop in the hope that Bob's still there. Martha's got her copy of the book that features her family tree. The same book that I showed Bob during my last visit. I want to question him on his theory that the child had an asthma attack. How are you, Bob? We've just come from a camp at Strathmiglo from the 1960s, 70s.
It was my uncle.
Ah.
My mum was the last born because there was about 4 or 5 brothers and 2 sisters.
Likeable
He looks likeable, doesn't he, in the photograph? Yeah. There was a book written about him. Did you ever see it?
Oh, now that's interesting. That's like the man that was playing the pipes here, like.
Mm-hmm.
Aye, that's very like the man that him and the wife were on the bus and she was moaning about a Bairn or Bairn. But you're going back 50 years and I'm getting old, my dear, you know, so my memory's not as sharp as it used to be.
When we were up at the camp, we found lots of tins from where someone had lived there for a long time or came back time and time again. We found some bottles of QC, we also found some bottles of brandy, some bottles of wine. But what we also found, which I found really interesting, was a really old inhaler. And I'm just wondering how that makes you feel, us finding an inhaler at the camp.
The most likely thing is that you had some broncho asthmatic thing. it would be quite probable that they could die of natural causes. You could understand why somebody left them, because it was a difficult situation. They probably just sort of always died during the night or something like that, and left them by the riverbank. And of course what would happen is, the Tay is notorious for suddenly you'll get a high tide and something like that, but they didn't do it out of wickedness or badness, or no love in the Bairn. They would take plenty of love for the Bairn, all right.
You'll know by now that Bob's memory shifts around. Stories and events move in and out of focus. When he talks of laying the child out and of the tide taking the child, the images feel sharp and clear. The camp at Strathmiglo isn't near the Tay, or any river that runs into it. So if Bob's right, it didn't happen there. But it was springtime when the child was found. Shifting time. A time when travellers move around Fife, camp elsewhere, and often near water. As I follow Bob's talk about the Bairn's possible fate, and listen as he says his goodbyes to Martha, I hear something beyond his words. I hear his tone.
These are Scottish pebble brooches, and they were made famous by Queen Victoria, who had introduced them into Scotland because all the pebbles came from the Cairngorms.
Thank you very much, Bob.
It's a wee gift for my pal. And there you go, but it's awfully nice. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a wee present from me. Because
He knows my
I used to get quite a lot of stuff from the travelling people.
Those words, I used to get quite a lot of stuff from travelling people. They're Bob's final crumbs for me. Bob had talked with Martha about her uncle the piper. He'd told her the piper once borrowed money off him, money that was repaid within the week. And I realise it's not the first time Bob's talked about this. Another time his memory was sharper, more specific. The piper had borrowed £5. And I think about the chanter Bob gave him when his was broken. Bob got a lot of stuff from travelling people, he tells Martha. But that relationship, it clearly went both ways. They repaid each other. And then it dawns on me why all of this is personal to Bob. It's because he knew these people. Maybe he even liked them. And maybe they did tell Bob exactly what happened to the Bairn. And maybe Bob decided to join them, behind their wall of silence, to protect them.
Thanks for listening to episode 7 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds.
and BBC
Music,
Sounds.
radio, podcasts.
I've reached that point in the story where the only way I'm going to draw any more conclusions is to find the child's immediate family. We know Davy has died, but what about his sister? The woman that I believe is the mother of the unknown Bairn. My producer Kate and I have spent days contacting travellers who might know them. We're researching birth and marriage certificates of who we think are the unknown Bairn's mother's relatives, to try and sketch out a family tree, when Kate receives a message with information about the boy's mother. The timing is incredible, but this is one of the many incredible coincidences, so it doesn't even register.
And then he says, read that.
That's her real name. Right, perfect. I'll get travellers who'll know her. My mother used to meet the old woman in High Street. Last time was about 2015, so to be honest, not so sure, but she looked very well at the time.
So this woman here...
Is this woman here?
Where do I even begin with this, though? Why she never came forward, though? Now. Oh, it's all getting very real, isn't it? Can't believe she's still alive. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. I don't know how I feel about that. That's difficult. That's a really difficult one. I'd be interested to find out what really happened. Maybe this late in life there'll be someone I know who knows her, or knows of her. And if she's still alive, we could even go and without the recorder and see what she's like, and she might want it recorded.
It feels like we've cracked something open that not long ago seemed impenetrable. We've confirmed the name of the Bairn's mother. Not the one on his birth certificate, but the name she goes by, her traveller name. And we've also realised that she might still be alive. Up until now, we had always assumed that she'd passed away years ago. And then comes another breakthrough. I'm Davy Donaldson, and this is The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. Episode 8, The Mother.
An uncle to the unknown Bairn is still alive. He's living in a small town in Fife. So I've come to that small town to pass on a letter to him, which I hope will make its way to the unknown Bairn's mother. Tell her more about our podcast, the story that I'm hoping to tell, but most importantly, to give her the opportunity to tell her side of the story. What number?
14.
It's like an old folks kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. It'll be the last one. That one there. Oh God, he's in as well. Somebody in.
As long as it's not his grandson or something, I'm okay. Okay.
Well done.
You're gone. So it was the unknown Bairn's uncle. He seemed a bit surprised and shocked that the letter was given. But when I mentioned it was about the unknown Bairn, he said, "Oh yes, I'm very aware of that story," and that he remembered the event well. And he said he'll see what he can do to get it to the unknown Bairn's mother for me. He didn't seem as shocked as I thought he would. He was a spitting image of the other brother. Spitting image, but older. It's really surreal. It makes it so much more real that the wee boy lived and he had a family, and he didn't seem shocked that I was talking about the unknown Bairn in relation to his family at all. Oh, I am without a doubt now. I mean, I was pretty 99.9% before, but now I'm 110% that we have got the right people. Definitely. Without a shadow of a doubt. He was definitely the uncle to the unknown Bairn. And the unknown Bairn's mother is definitely who I thought that she was. Yeah. He also struck me as not being part of the community anymore. He didn't come across to me as an old traveller man. I wouldn't have thought he was a traveller. He didn't recognise me as a traveller. So, yeah, maybe he was also removed, yeah. Yeah, it was quite surreal.
Oh, he would know what happened to the little boy, wouldn't he? He'd know how he drowned.
He'd know exactly what happened. It almost feels like a missed opportunity, and yet I couldn't really have pushed it any more than I did. I suppose I now just have to hope that either the unknown Bairn's mother or another member of the family, maybe even him, get in touch. And we just have to hope. I feel really good about it. Just wish I'd parked closer so you could see him.
So worth the journey?
Oh, worth the journey. Yeah, 100% worth the journey. I just wanted to stand there for so much longer and just to take in who he was, and I wanted to speak to him, and I wanted to... Because it almost feels like I've just literally opened another door. You know, I literally walked up there with a letter, I opened another door to the story, and the door was closed. And it feels like I've missed an opportunity to know the truth, like the total truth. You know, without any discrepancies or any details missing. I would have known everything about the case and everything that happened, the feelings of the family at the time, the feelings surrounding the media that's went on for the last 50 years. And the door closed. And it just feels like, in a way, I would have been better off not opening that door, because if it doesn't open again, the case will never be closed to me, because I'll always think, well, I could have known this could be a way of them taking back control of the story that's been taken from them and being re-empowered to actually claim the wee laddie. I try to keep my mind off the wasted chance. Tell myself that I couldn't have gone further on a doorstep. Tell myself that she might just reply. I could have got the answers to the many theories that I've explored as to why no one came forward. Was it an accidental drowning? Or had he died of natural causes, then been placed in the water? Were the parents too scared to come forward in case their other children were taken into care? Or was it something darker? Was it foul play, either within the community or in care, and his death covered up? I continue to ask around, searching for answers to some vital questions, pushing at any doors to see if they'll open. And suddenly, they start to. I'm standing in a supermarket car park when I get a flurry of messages. I head home and I immediately Zoom with Kate.
Okay, so I found out quite a lot. So I've spent some time talking with the traveller community in and around Fife, and I've made some incredibly interesting discoveries. Word must have got out amongst the family that both yourself and I had been trying to find this woman, right? So I then got like 4 or 5 private messages from different people. We know that she's still living a traveller lifestyle, so the efforts, let's say, that were made to try and push her into housing or push her away from her culture didn't work, because she's still living in caravans, she's still living with trailers with her family. But we won't be able to speak to her about the unknown Bairn due to medical reasons and really out of respect for the family.
Without even mentioning the unknown Bairn, I got sent the same link by 2 different people. The links, they took me to an article about the unknown Bairn.
I said, that's an interesting story. It's interesting that they mentioned travellers within that piece. And then she then went on to tell me that's what they believed this was about, their family, and the unknown Bairn was one of their brothers.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
No, neither was I. So we now know that certainly within the family that rumour did exist.
I'm really amazed.
To me at least, affirms that we have the right person, we have the right family, we have the right birth certificate, this it all kind of pieced together, and the last part of the jigsaw, as it were, kind of clicked in to link the unknown Bairn to this family. But she also went on to then say all of the children who were adopted out claimed that this was the truth and that the unknown Bairn was one of their siblings.
Then I started to receive information about the unknown Bairn's mother.
A traveller woman that I spoke to said that she saw her up until very, very recently, and she would see her frequently when they were picking the tide. So if we remember back to the trip we had on the boat, and when I mentioned travellers traditionally coming to the area to perhaps pick whelks, we now know that she did travel to the area to do exactly that, and she's continuing to do that up until very recently. It's possible that the unknown Bairn may have drowned whilst picking the tide.
Certainly it would have been a reason for them to camp near the water anyway. I found out that her daughter, she was also adopted out, but her upbringing was described as particularly bad. So the settled family that she was placed with were really, really bad to her and quite abusive. The reasoning that they gave for having never come forward was the fear of having further children removed by social work.
I'm amazed that they've been so open about it. That
Well, very much like an open secret. You know, that it had always been assumed, it had always been, you know, present that that was the case. There was never any thought that the child hadn't been claimed for any negative reason. It was all justified by the fact that, well, if we go forward and we claim this wee boy that's washed up, the police will inadvertently ask more questions of us than they would a settled family, and they'd treat us worse than they would a settled family. You know, as hard as it is to not claim him, it may result in our living children being forcibly removed to other families that may abuse them, you know? So that's something that came through really, really clearly, and I think there wasn't any shame. That was something that was really clear. The family weren't ashamed of the fact that they hadn't claimed the wee boy. It was obviously a traumatic memory and a traumatic event that happened. That was cleared up. It was really obvious. But, you know, there wasn't any shame to it because they were so 100% in their justification of it. And in many ways, because their justification, i.e. that there were fear other children would be removed and taken into care, was so well founded, because a lot of the unknown Bairn's brothers and sisters had already been removed, taken into care, had already faced abuse and the traumatising effects of being taken into care, that I can really understand why the family did what they did. We still don't know what happened immediately before the unknown Bairn died. We still don't know necessarily exactly how the unknown Bairn died, but we do now know the family that the unknown Bairn is from and the reasoning as to why he was never claimed. But I have been told from the family that they were camped in that area of Tayport at that time. Well, I shouldn't say that area. I was told they were camped in Tayport at that time. We can't be sure if it was the exact area or the unknown Bairn was found. I was also told that one traveller had witnessed the lady we think is the mother of the unknown Bairn getting onto a bus with a man and a child, and then the same traveller witnessed her getting on the bus later on that day with the man but without the child.
This is not the same couple who were taken into questioning. That was the grandmother and grandfather. But we know now that they were not just protecting themselves, but also their daughter, the mum of the unknown Bairn, their grandson. It's an odd coincidence that two generations of the same family are spotted on a bus around this time. First, the grieving couple questioned by the police, then their daughter. But of course, in the timeline of their tragedy, these two events happened the other way around, and between 2 and 6 weeks apart. The daughter's numb journey back without her child preceded the grandmother's grief when the body of the boy was found.
I imagined it to feel quite, you know, wow, you know, this mystery that's been unsolved for 50 years is no longer a mystery, but in many ways it felt like it wasn't a mystery anyway within the community. You know, it was very much that it was known about that whole time. And what became really apparent to me was that settled people and settled society in general have a totally different, not only social sphere and economic sphere, but the fact that this was such a massive mystery, and every year people gathered at the memorial and amateurs were trying to find out who this mystery parents were, and the police couldn't even solve it, and yet within the community it was an open secret. Because it was almost like just being let into knowledge that had existed for decades. And in those feelings, it really shows the scale of the trauma that the community faced at the time. The fact that this, what is to the settled community, this massive injustice, this poor wee boy who washed up and who has no name and has no known family,
the fact that the memorial happens every year, and it has done for 50 years, and that people gather there and, you know, try to remember him or imagine what he would have been like. And yet within the traveller community, that type of injustice and that type of inhumanity was so common back then that it wasn't remembered as anything special or unique or this massive mystery that needed to be solved. So I think really what it's shown more than anything is the scale of the injustice that travellers faced. In their minds, the Bairn wasn't claimed not out of lack of care or love, but the real fear, and to be honest, it sounds like a founded fear, that the kids would be removed and taken into care.
Nearly a year has passed since I interviewed Irene and Avril, the wife and daughter of Ian Robertson. Since the day Ian found the wee boy, he's been considered as part of their family. When we last met, I asked, if I find out who the unknown Bairn is, do you want to know? At the time, they said yes. But they were also worried that if his family was found, then he would no longer belong to them. So I phoned them to let them know that I'd done just that. But like a lot of people, they never actually thought we'd work it out. And they certainly didn't want to be told over the phone. They were in shock. So we arranged to meet, 1 year on exactly, at the 51st memorial of the unknown Bairn. It's time for the Bairn's adopted family to meet a living relative and finally find out the wee boy's name.
Thanks for listening to episode 8 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland
Sounds.
and BBC
Music,
Sounds.
radio, podcasts.
Now, whilst we can never be 100% certain to name a child in full, especially in the case of the unknown Bairn, you keep speaking about how famous the unknown Bairn has become by having no name. But do you think that's, you know, his fame in a way? Do you think that
It would disappear, it would evaporate, just like all the bodies that are lying in that cemetery. Nobody bothers about them. Everybody's forgotten about them by this time, and that's what would happen in the 2 or 3 years that would follow. Oh, that's not the unknown Bairn anymore. You know, the thing about the unknown Bairn, it must be the most famous thinker in the whole of the United Kingdom. You know why? Because there are hundreds of folk been lying in that cemetery for 50 years. They're all forgotten about, but the unknown Bairn isn't forgotten about.
Yeah.
Every year, people come from far and wide, lay flowers on the grave, and a wee sermon for the unknown Bairn. The minute you put a name up on that gravestone, you'll just be like all the rest lying in the cemetery. You'll just quickly get forgotten about.
Yeah.
It's the fact he's unknown. I mean, most mothers especially, they feel sorry. This wee boy's lying there in the rather undignified manner in which he's passed into the next world is not acceptable to most mothers, and women in particular. They've got a soft spot for the unknown Bairn. But once he was identified, that would evaporate, and he would just fade away like the rest of the folk lying in cemeteries.
I feel like I'm coming to the end of my investigation, but I still haven't got to the bottom of exactly how the unknown Bairn died. Maybe I'll never find out whether he drowned, or died of an asthma attack, or died of other natural causes. Up until this point, and ever since I discovered the name of the unknown Bairn, I've been toying in my mind as to whether I should give him back his name. Now I have to make a decision. I'm David Donaldson, and this is the final episode of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. Episode 9, The Wee Boy.
I'm heading now to meet Martha before the ceremony for the memorial of the unknown Bairn. Martha's going to have the chance to meet Ian Robertson's surviving family. I think it's going to be a moment to remember for both Ian Robertson's family and for Martha. In a way, the adopted family of Tayport of the unknown Bairn and the biological family of the unknown Bairn are going to meet today. I'm heading over the Tay Bridge now to meet with Martha, and quite mixed emotions going to this memorial today. Mixed because it's been a year since I was introduced to the story of the unknown Bairn at this memorial, in the 50th anniversary. And in that year, I became really, really close to the story. And I've also learned that I was close to the story from the offset, in the sense that being physically related to the unknown Bairn biologically, but also being related through my culture, it's something that I'd never really thought I would uncover. When I first came over the Tay Bridge last year to go to the memorial, the story was something quite distant, something quite abstract, and something that I wasn't really related to in any great sense. But now the story is part of my own family history and also part of my culture. So I'm quite mixed about it. And I also am quite, I wouldn't say anxious, but certainly the feelings close to anxiety around naming the unknown Bairn, and particularly how that will be taken by the settled community in Tayport. There's Martha there.
Look at me. Spilt tea all down myself. I dropped
Hi,
my
Martha,
cup.
how are you?
How you doing, Davy? Give me a
Good
cup.
to see you. How are you feeling?
Nervous. I was thinking about the little toots when I was coming down in the dual carriageway, and I had to stop because I was going to end up in tears. So it's going to be, I'll be glad when it's over, because it's emotional, isn't it? So, yeah.
I mean, coming back here, and obviously we've been to the gravesite ourselves, but I think going there, particularly on a memorial setting, and to see how he's been.
I'm scared. If there's
Yes.
anyone there, I'm scared to meet, you know. And to see all the flowers, it just make it worse. But it's, I mean, thankfully somebody looks after him, you know. I mean, he's your relative as well, so how do you feel, David?
Yeah, I mean, coming here and seeing how he's been almost adopted by the people of Tayport gives me mixed feelings, because on one level it's good to see him remembered in that way, but on another level I'd love to look out there and see more travellers.
I know.
You know? How do you feel, Martha, about potentially meeting the Ian Robertson's family, the postman who found the unknown Bairn?
I would love to meet them to thank them, because apparently Mr. Robertson was looking after the wee one's grave, tidying it up and everything else, you know. He obviously had a connection with the baby because he found him. It must have been awful for him. You know?
How do you think it might be received when it becomes clear that he was a traveller Bairn?
I don't think it make any difference to people who've been looking after him all this time. And I think they probably know that he is, but just haven't said, you know.
Well, whatever happens at the memorial, today's a special day anyway.
It is. I'm
Particularly
glad
for
to
you.
be able to be here. You know, it's good that they let us come. I had a big bunch of orange roses that I put in a vase last night and walked out the kitchen without them. But I do have... I know, it's an age thing, Davy. But I have little toy cars, and I have a camper van that I think I'll leave the grave, which I think is more appropriate coming from me.
I didn't know how I wanted to give him his name back, and I didn't know how I wanted to make it known that he was a traveller, but I wanted it to be important and in a way that would matter to him as a wee traveller laddie, right? I mean, ultimately it's for him, it's not for anyone else. So I pulled up in a lay-by and I wrote a poem, for want of a better word, in cant to him.
Oh, lovely, lovely. He would understand the cant. It's my family spoken.
that Irene? That's Irene. The woman
Is
in
it?
the car.
Who's Irene?
Irene is Ian Robertson's wife.
All right. I wish I had flowers just now.
So do I.
To go and get them.
They wanted to meet at the memorial, but you know they still might not want to know anything.
Yeah,
So just
that's fair enough.
Finding out the end to a story.
I mean,
well, it is
it-
finding out the end of a story 51
Yeah,
years
to
later.
be honest, I've been looking after a little baby's grave for this amount of years, and then suddenly a relative turns up. I wouldn't want to meet them. So I can understand that. Because they've obviously taken them to their hearts. And I'm an interloper, really, and so are you.
Yeah.
sorry about the weather. I'll just introduce you. This is Martha. Hello, Martha.
Hello, how are you?
I'm Lynn.
Pleased to meet you.
So Avril, is this Martha?
I'm very pleased to meet you. As I say, thank you very much for looking after them.
We wanted to come today, obviously a year on from the first time that I came to the memorial, and a year on from when I first really got involved with the story, which I understand for many of you has been going on for 50 years now, 51 years. Throughout that year, I've done a lot of research, spoke to a lot of people who were closely linked with the unknown Bairn and his discovery, and also I've had the chance to learn more about the tragedy that befell him and ultimately led to him passing away at such a young age. But I've also learned about the tragedy of the context as to why he's never been claimed, and principally why his family have never felt safe to come forward and claim the unknown Bairn. So through it all, it's been quite harrowing, it's been quite hard to do, to be honest. It's been really emotional. But ultimately, I wanted to come here today to tell you a bit more about what we've discovered about the unknown Bairn, but most importantly, to introduce you to a member of the unknown Bairn's family. The people are still alive, so his mum is still alive. We haven't been able to reach the unknown Bairn's mother for various reasons, principally ill health, and she's quite old now as well. But we have been able to reach Martha. Martha, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Well, the best way to introduce myself is that I would be the little one's second cousin. After I found out that the baby was a relative, then I felt responsible, and I just wanted to come down and let him know that I'm here, you know. So it's a big story. We're not going into it today. I was never brought up with the travelling people. I was brought up with foster parents who I regard as my
So
parents.
was a traveller's child then?
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference.
No, well, they wouldn't have to ask
Somebody
either.
asked me that, and I said, you know, the people who come every year to put flowers in that, they wouldn't care whether it was a traveller or not. It's a baby, and it's been left on his own, and that's a hard part of it.
We thought that because of what people thought maybe of travellers or perceived them to be, yes, you know, they'd be frightened to maybe come through and too many questions asked and stuff.
I don't know, Martha, if you would like to say just the kind of pressures that might have been on his mother and the fact she has other children as well.
Well, the fact that she had other children, she would have been scared that the other children would have been taken off her because, you know, but any excuse at all. I was taken away from my parents for no reason other than that I lived in tents, because most of my cousins on both sides of my family were taken into care. And I mean, a lot of people don't know about that, and only because they were travelling people, you know, and there was some really good people in the travelling community.
They're loving to their children, but it must have been tragic, and maybe to know where the bairn was, it's been a comfort, you know, in some way.
I mean, who's to say that she hasn't been to see him? We wouldn't know.
I've spoke to the immediate family of the unknown Bairn directly, and what I want to make really clear is he hasn't been forgotten. And I think what Martha says about people coming out here and paying their respects is very close to what has been happening. Everyone I spoke to, including those a lot younger than obviously the time when the unknown Bairn was found, knew about the unknown Bairn. And it felt to me that although I was entering this story as, you know, from the settled community and from broad society, no one knew who the unknown Bairn was. But when I went into the immediate family, everybody knew who he was, and it was just an open secret within the family. But what became really clear to me quite quickly was the fear that the family had of social work. Extreme fear. And what I've now found out as well is that most of the unknown Bairn's immediate family were taken into care, and much of them, as Martha says, for reasons simply being that they were a traveller.
Because you can get one set of parents who are, incompetent and can't look after their children properly or whatever, but not a whole family. You know what I mean? And that was what was happening. There was whole families being taken away.
There were thousands of cases of gypsy traveller children being forcibly removed and put into care. There were also hundreds of experiences of forced reservations where gypsy travellers were forcibly settled. So as Martha says, you can get one set of bad parents, but for thousands, within such a short space of time, it was a different thing going on, The reason he doesn't have a name on that stone is because his parents couldn't come forward. It's not because they didn't want to come forward. If our society was more inclusive, was in a place where travellers were looked at in a better way, where his mother didn't have to fear, if she'd been a settled mother, for all intents and purposes, she could have came forward, she could have said, my Bairn drowned, he was out playing, he drowned, it was a tragic accident, and it would have been left. But what we've now learned is that because of the way that travellers were looked at that time, if she'd came forward and said exactly that, she would more than likely have had her remaining children removed from her care. And so what I'm very, very keen to do with this, with telling the story of the unknown Bairn, is to give him back his name, because he shouldn't have ever had it removed from him.
I wouldn't want his name to be known. It's for us to keep, not for the whole world to fight about, He's been lying there, and the community has come and looked after him. And for the travelling people now to give him his name, a bit of a cheek, really, isn't it?
I don't think so. I really don't. Because I originally didn't want to name the Bairn. I didn't. When I first began, I didn't even think he was related to travellers, because I couldn't understand why travellers would have left him there, because I know, being brought up a traveller, that it's not something we would have ever done. But the more and more I went into it, the more I spoke to victims who'd been forcibly removed, the more I spoke to victims who'd spoke about having their identity ripped away from them, having only later in life been able to, re-find who they truly are and re-find their identity and their roots and ultimately where their blood came from. I started to understand more about the importance of being allowed to have your identity. And it's a very individual thing, but I think when it comes to the story of the unknown Bairn, the reason he hasn't been allowed to have his identity is because of the fear. Well, on one level, the settled community and the brilliant police officers and detectives and everyone who looked into the story weren't able to find out who he was, because they were looking in all the wrong places. They weren't speaking to travellers, they didn't have a relationship with travellers, because they were the people who were taking away the traveller Bairns. That's the reason. That's the reason the police couldn't get his name. Travellers were never able to come forward and name him because they were either scared of how it might look on their family, they were scared about how other parts of their family could be forcibly removed, how their community might look at them, how it could be weaponised against them even now. So in many ways, the unknown Bairn's identity has been taken away from him for different reasons, but there was never an opportunity or a way before now of his identity coming back to him. And in many ways he's still got his identity, right? He died a traveller, he died speaking the cant, our language, he died being brought up on camps, he died with a name. But when it comes to the remembrance of him has been skewed for social reasons. And now that we're at a place in society where he should be remembered and where he should have a right to stay in a graveyard, for example, like this.
The people who looked after him know who he is, and that's all that matters. I know who he is, you know who he is. His own family will know where he is, but they're too scared to come to the grave.
I think it's about giving him back his other identity. What I was trying to get at there was he's got two identities. In a way, when I went in to try and find who the unknown Bairn was, I actually discovered the story of all Scottish traveller Bairns in the 20th century, and particularly the Scottish traveller Bairns who'd had their identity removed from them for one reason or another. And he's done that. He, although he passed away 51 years ago, he's allowed that story to be told. And in a way, his voice has came back to him, and he's become the voice of the traveller community, that voice that was unheard and not allowed to be heard for the whole of the 20th century. So he's got two identities, and I agree with you, Martha. I think to remove the unknown Bairn from that stone would be to erase the fact that he has been the unknown Bairn, and he's done all of those amazing things and allowed those stories to be told. But equally, I feel that to only remember him as the unknown Bairn, and what became really pertinent to me last year at the memorial was that he was being used to talk about children who'd been neglected, cruelty towards children, and he had never had any neglect or cruelty. I spoke to elders in the community, and they said that everyone deserves a name. They said that to deny him his name,
to deny that he lived maybe or whatever.
Yeah, denied that he was a person. My dad wanted to be here today. My dad was also forcibly removed. Luckily for him, he was able to get back to his family and be raised a traveller. But I think you will start seeing more travellers here. They may well be closely linked to the story as an immediate family, but they might also just be other parts of our community who the story of the unknown Bairn resonates. But what I don't want to see happen, and I did see start to happen last year, and many people we spoke to in the podcast were worried about happening, is once the immediate people who related to the story, principally the Robertson family, those who were there, those who can remember it, those who grew up with this story, once they've passed away, he will just become a symbol.
Just a first name's not going to tell them anything, so maybe it is okay.
In a way, he stands for all the unknown Bairns, right? They're unknown because they were removed from their families for no reason. They aren't unknown because they choose to be unknown or because their families wanted them to be unknown. And when I spoke to my dad, that's what he said. He said, I would have been an unknown Bairn.
Why he wasn't claimed, while nobody came forward. The reason is all we want, because all we thought is why has nobody claimed him? You know, why not?
You know, want to know where they've come from and what their history is. So maybe it is acceptable to give them more.
My dad said that is somebody's Bairn and somebody's grieving for him. He'd love to know the name, but I don't know if he would want everybody else to know it. Not now.
At least we loved him, you know. That's the thing. I just wish they'd been brave enough to come and get him. We wanted him to be reunited with his family rather than it put more of a bad reflection on it, I'm not being claimed.
We're just about to lay the flowers down that are supplied every year by the Tayport Community Council.
And I've been asked to lay them as well, which is very kind and generous of them. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think you should do it.
Yeah, you take them.
You?
Some flowers for you. And it's from your family, from Dayside community, and your second cousin. Thank you very much indeed. It's lovely.
Rest in peace.
Yes, that's
yes.
amazing.
Yeah.
He has done
and
for
I think
50
he has
years
done.
now. I think for another 50 years.
He's been loved.
Yeah.
He's been loved.
Certainly has. And I'd hate that to change. You can't put into words how you feel on occasions like this. So sad.
People see it as a tragic thing that he wasn't claimed, and now they know the reason why.
Yes. Yeah, and that's what is helpful to us as well.
People thought he wasn't loved, and that's why he wasn't claimed, but the truth to be told, it was a total opposite.
Not taking anything away from these kind people by being here.
Don't see it that way. Avril's kind of protective, but I don't see it that way.
Never, that stone's yours and that little boy's yours. I'm just glad to know that he's here and being looked after. What more could the mother ask? You know? That makes me feel good that it meant a lot to you, you know. As I say, thank you very much for looking after him.
Easy thing to do. Just love another child, it's easy. Let David say his piece.
I wanted to say something to the unknown Bairn that was meaningful, that gave him back his identity and spoke to the culture that we were both brought up in. But sadly for him, he didn't get to see it to the end, and he didn't get to experience as much of it as he should have. So I'll say it in cant, which is the Scottish Traveller language. It's a language I was brought up with, and it's a language that the unknown Bairn will have heard as a Bairn as well. And then I'll translate it into English. To the Tichni Chavi Witanav, you've lain unshuned and undeeked for many summers. The barry flourichin have binged, but without your chanting. Your hantle have shifted, but without your gribbing. The Montclair has flowed, but without your play. This bean lichtment were Noggin's mind, your ain hantle. Were Noggin's mind how your naesmort was paggered down by the bean hantle, the shan cow. Were Noggin's mind where your wattle was marred. Were Noggin's mind when your nav was feek the very. But let Naggin's mang you, the shan hantle didna win, the bean cowl is every. On this day we all remember your name was Sandy. A name from your own people, a name from your mother's heart. Your roots are that of Scottish travellers, Sandy. Roots good and free. Roots that tie you to lots of family, even me. Your people don't have to hide from the bad people or the bad man this day. Your people and you are now safe. We always remembered you, Sandy. Your beautiful face and your beautiful smile. On this day, let's remember all of society too, that your name was Sandy. Twa pretty boys was going to school, and when evening coming home, Wally said to John, oh, can ye throw a stone? Or can ye play at bat? Or can ye play at bat?
Quite a long time, isn't it?
It is.
Standing there.
It is. But I just want to thank you
Yeah,
on
well,
behalf
I was-
of your husband
Yeah.
for looking after that little boy for so
Right,
long.
okay then.
And he belongs to you, not me. Okay?
Right,
It's
okay,
nice
thank
to meet
you.
you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. See ya. Bye now. See you next year.
John said to Wally, I cannot throw a stone, and little can I play at bar. But if you follow me down to the merry greenwood, I'll try a wrestling fall. I'll try a wrestling fall. The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed, was presented by me, Davy Donaldson, and investigated, produced and edited by Kate Bissell. The story consultants were Jack Kibble-White and Kirsty Williams. The researchers were Rachel Fulton and Katrina Rose. The initial podcast idea was developed by BBC Scotland Productions and Martin Conahan, and Julian Corey was the sound designer and composer, with additional music by Barry Jackson. The executive editor was Heather Kane-Darling. It was a BBC Scotland production for BBC Sounds. Details of help and support with some of the issues raised in this podcast are available at bbc.co.uk/actionline.
So the wind will blow no more. Oh, the wind will blow no more. So late to calf his white hull and shout, and he tore it from gore to gore, and with that he did bind John's deadly wound. But the wind bled 10 times more. Oh, the wind bled 10 times more. Oh, what will he tell to your sweetheart dear? This night when I go home, you will tell her I'm away till London school. But a Barry scholar I'll come home. Oh, a Barry scholar I'll come home. And what will he tell to your sweet father dear? Well, this night when I go home, you will tell him I'm away to university. And a bra scholar I'll come home. And a bra scholar I'll come home. And what will he tell to your sweet mother dear? Oh, this night when I go home, you will tell her I am dead and in grave lane. But the grass is growing green. Oh, the grass is growing green.
Thanks for listening to episode 9 of The Cruelty, A Child Unclaimed. And so others can find this story, I'd love it if you could take a moment to review the podcast. This is a BBC Scotland production for BBC Scotland and BBC Sounds.